We good? Think we're good, y'all. Think we're good. Think we're good. We good? Mm-hmm. Think we are Gucci. God damn, what should we call this? What should we call this? I guess we grabbed the single print on perps, right? Also, single prints. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. We'll get caught up in a second. Just playing around with Bookmap on my laptop. Dun, 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 dun. You only go so far back with some of these things. If you don't save like the feed file itself in the moment. It's a bit surprising. It's a bit surprising to be honest. I thought they would. It's called save all the data, but they do not. They do not. Anyways, in terms of this catching up with this trade stuff. We just raised VWAP. Like we had talked about this kind of like potentially shorting this, right? Getting some kind of like bearish retest stuff like this Valeria low in the juice box. If you're using some kind of trend line, could it take that kind of imaginary line, right? But realistically, probably could have taken like this break of structure. And in terms of the long at this box that we were talking about, like they gave you it. If you shift it to VWAP, I'm in a pretty juicy trade, right? In terms of scalping. And then we got like another one of those 1 minute candles on Coinbase, right? One of these motherfuckers. Right, how many times do we see this and the price just drifts towards the wick of it? It's been a while since we've seen one, but you know, here's another occurrence to add to the data, right? The sample set. She could have shorted that thing too, right? Other than that, not particularly eventful day. At least in terms of this. Kind of mark out some of this stuff. Also, we have this microphone. This thing came in today, but we haven't opened it yet. I was like watching a video of like setting this thing up. Yeah, we'll play with this in a second. Play with that thing in a second. Gonna leave all of that like that. And we'll update our levels. And then we'll be on our way. I have to go get my laundry though. Doing a bunch of laundry for the week. I need food. I'm hungry. Boy, I'm hungry. I'll probably look at some of these alts, yeah? See how some of these alts are doing on the lower time frames. 91492.7. Nine 1060.8. But you know, yesterday, you know, we didn't get the structure change continuation once flipping this level. So that setup did not play out. Another thing to note. Although typically, like it's a setup is like if it can flip it, right? Then the probability of in the rotation very high. We couldn't, so what levels are we missing? 90,334.2. And the value area low. 8874.8. I mean, honestly, we've just been going up and down the same gap, right? This whole big like low resistance volume zone. Are we gonna actually fill it out this time with some volume down here, or what? Or what? I don't think it's particularly interesting, right? Nothing that we really missed. That was particularly interesting. This is an interesting one to be watching. Boom, 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 boom. Also, I've watched the end of the interview with that Indian guy we were watching yesterday, or maybe the day before. We only watched like half of it. Pretty crazy story. That guy, both his parents died in the same year. And he kept trading. He kept trading. I'm so tired. I don't think I'm streaming tomorrow. I just want to sleep and just fuck off, do nothing. You bail on the long? No. No, I have not. No, I have not.
Going to government, a lot of decisions when we began talking, annoying each other 10 years ago. Hopefully I'm annoying you as much as 10 years ago, or more. When I made a, you know this, yeah. Every decision Palantir made, FDEs, going public, building products, enterprise, large data sets, going to government, acknowledging American superiority, being pro-meritocracy, launching an AI platform, calling into question that AI models would actually be able to perform without orchestration. Every single one, every single ornithology, every single one of those was viewed as stupid. A lot of decisions.
This guy is so... Man, I fuck with this guy. Carp's cool. Yeah. Seems like an interesting person to work for. Nvidia screwed you. I don't think that's quite how it works. I think this week's the move though. Is there a reason for that? A lot of consolidation. I don't know about that. It's been like not even a week. Show you the fibs on it. If I just 21 to look at them. Probably this thing. Plus people are like obviously dumping this, right? To get every single morning session, it's just been the same thing over and over. Like dump in the morning, dump in the morning, dump in the morning, dump, 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 dump. So like obviously there's like some large institutions that are just dumping over and over, right? A lot of dumb retail bears. Yeah, I don't think retail's putting in these volume bars. I don't think retail is putting in max volume bars on the highest market cap asset on the planet. Boots buy at close every day. I mean, the end of every session is like no really buying rate. Like this day there was going into earnings. People are just putting money elsewhere. Like this trade has been like a ridiculous trade, right? We expect Nvidia to just keep ripping, like doubling its market cap again and again and again to like $50 trillion or something. A lot better risk-adjusted returns elsewhere. I need water. Damn it. Damn, I need to set up this microphone too. Should we open this thing? We'll see. And probably, I don't think Nvidia's going anywhere, but I think expecting this thing to grow like crazy still is like optimistic. I'd be waiting for this personally, this thing to get like topped more than anything, but I'm just looking for a pop move. Some market rallies in December. We'll see if we get it. It's gonna be a pretty awkward month. Cause it's December, right? And like, when is Christmas? It's in the middle of the week too, so basically the entire Christmas week is just like a write-off. Same with the entire New Year's week. New Year's is on a Wednesday, so Thursday and Wednesday are the holidays. So both those weeks are probably just gonna be like literally nothing happening in the market. And not only that, but like no one's gonna be like putting on trades right into the year close. At least like institutionally. 3% NASDAQ. Office consolidation goes 200 in a day. I mean, possibly that's quite the move. Like, has there ever been a green bar that big on this thing? Maybe this one. I mean, maybe. Pretty unrealistic though. You're looking at like quite the outlier, right? Just one candle on the off the tear of dump lows. Other than that, has there been another one of that magnitude? Like maybe this one. We've already gone over a year back. Two potential trading days out of the year that like meet that requirement. Maybe it's gonna depend on FOMC, right? Everything depends on FOMC at this point. Depends what this guy's gonna say in the forward guidance. Depends what Powell is gonna yap about to us. Also, a world where like like everyone's pricing in a rate cut, right? Might not get it. Might not get it. There's a world where they just pause it, and then just I don't think anything's pumping then, right? Because everyone has a rate cut price in right now. You're probably gonna nuke if anything. Can't get this damn sticker off. God damn. What's the probabilities at now? $87. Definitely possible, right? Definitely possible they don't cut. Unlikely, but wouldn't be the first time they do something like that when everyone's pricing in something else. Or they might talk about potentially like hiking rates down the road. The committee is like quite split on it. Like if you look at the dot plots, like it's not like they all have consensus about cutting. A lot of them are like leaning to like hiking the rates. And it's been that way for a while. Like these past like I think it was like the past like 2 meetings now, right? When was one before this? Historical. Yeah, I think it was in September. Cause remember I was streaming the September one, and we were talking about it afterwards. But like even then, there's already like starting to see like a lot of dissent within the committee. Imagine this mic sounds exact same. Plus like the Russell, right? Like look at the Russell. This thing has been like running pretty hard. So obviously like there's like it's running the hardest. So like money's like spreading out throughout the market. Like if you look at all like the breadth indicators, like a lot of them are like kind of firing off, right? Market breadth is increasing a lot, which is good, right? Ideally, not the whole market cap is not just fucking riding on the Mag 7. And also, this a lot of fear is starting to come to the market about OpenAI, right? This like Gemini drop is like. Like a lot of money has been allocated to OpenAI, right? Thinking that they're like the next Google or whatnot. But there's like a very realistic world where they're just like the first mover who just becomes nothing, right? Like the MySpace of AI. Had their moment in the sun and all downhill from there. This happens going to December. Small caps pump. What's this like rate cuts help them a lot. So like if people are pricing in a rate cut, then yeah, money typically flows that way. This thing is heavy as hell. How is the boom gonna hold this up? God damn. What is this? Like a lot of these breakouts that we were watching on a higher time frame have been like going pretty hard. Like Caterpillar broke out. Look, Apple's already like been going. Now it's getting a pullback. Where's Caterpillar? I'm also watching in this, right? Alibaba. This thing might be getting primed to make a move pretty soon. Got my SAR chart or alarm set on that dying. Yeah, but I got Caterpillar started going. Like Dell started going. Which other ones were we watching? I'm watching this one still. This one's already starting to make the move potentially. This is like a multi-week consolidation, right? This looks interesting too. Like Robinhood looks pretty interesting. Reddit did as well. Where's Reddit? A bit late though. I didn't get in on this. A bit late. Ideally, it was like getting in here at some point. And Tesla, I'm gonna see what's up with Tesla, right? Is this thing finally gonna start going here or what? Or what? This Unity thing, surprisingly, I didn't buy this because I wanted to research what's really going on here. But like when we were looking at the monthly chart, this one looked pretty interesting, right? It had like a big base, doing some like massive cup and handle on the weekly. It looks like it's about to go now, right? Looked at it last week. Now it's all the way up here. Because I haven't done any due diligence on this, so I don't really know anything about it other than like. But this is like the graphic software, right? Maybe not even. Unity. Yeah, it's the game engine. Wow, charts are primed. Yeah, seems like it. Seems like it. Does seem like it. Plus, all these like biotech things that like have been running, some of them are seeing like a pullback now. But yeah, those things have been going. Like, there's been a lot of trades this past month, right? Just not in large cap tech mostly. Oh, it's a cable. What is this? What is this? Oh, the boom attachment, perhaps? Okay, we'll leave that for now. I didn't get a boom for this thing yet. I wanted to see how it sounds, and if it like sounds normal, then we'll get like a boom. What is this? Oh no. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay. I was gonna say, I don't think my computer has like a USB-C port available, but I think it's for this actual thing. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. What is this knob for? Is that it? That is it. So isn't oil making some like big ass move right now too, or like natural gas perhaps? Yeah, goddamn. Whoops, not meant to do that. Let's read this thing. What are we supposed to do here? This thing's not particularly stable. Oh, there we go. We gotta plug this thing in. Do I even have a USB available? Oh no, I don't. That's the other problem. I don't have like a. I might not have a USB long enough for this. Damn. Damn. All this crap over here. That was a lot harder than it needed to be. Okay, it's plugged in. It's plugged in. What do you do now? Download the software. Get the sound down on the stream. No, it should be fine. What the hell? What the hell? I have a 3-hour set to play tomorrow. I haven't even looked at that. Well, like that piano type thing you were talking about. Like, how does that work? What do you mean you haven't looked at it? What does that mean? Like, if you have like the paper with the stuff on it, can you just like wing it, or does it not work like that? I don't know. Cause like, how would you know the timing from the paper? Maybe you can. Maybe there's like a metronome or something. I'll have to restart my computer. Fuck off. Okay, we'll do this later. I'm not gonna restart right now. I'll just leave this thing over here for now. Enough of that. Enough of that. Organ. To some degree. It's more listening to the tune, just all covers. Hmm. Like, how does the sheet music work exactly? Sheet music. I guess we can just look it up, right? I have to put together a playlist and load all the charts in my tablet. Like, is it just you? Is it just you alone, or is it like with other people? I usually don't read stuff. Oh, I'm reading about that right now. The staff is... Music is written on a staff. Okay, interesting. The shape of the note tells you its basic duration. The time signature is the rhythm grid. Oh, interesting. And the tempo is how fast. Oh. Drummer, guitar, bass, and me. That must be pretty hard to be in sync, no? Without any practice? It just seems that way. Interesting. Interesting. These are all killer players. Oh, it just seems like a... I mean, I don't know what the conductor does, but at least like with the conductor, there's some like visual person kind of like giving like a guide everyone can like visually see. Maybe people don't even pay attention to it, I don't know. I imagine they must be doing something. But if it's like a new song that no one knows and like one person is off by like a little bit, doesn't it kind of throw it off? Maybe not, I don't know. I never played an instrument per se. I play Guitar Hero, but don't think that's exactly comparable. This kind of stuff a lot. Play with like 6 or 7 different groups of people. Hmm. Seems fun. Seems fun. What does the conductor do in an opera, etc.? Everyone has rhythm, it goes. Yeah, I guess that is true, right? I guess that is true. The conductor sets the tempo. With the baton in their hands, they show the beat pattern. Oh, interesting. It'd be cool to go see one of these like world famous like operas. Like an orchestra, I guess perhaps is the better word. Like not only the players, but also like in like the world's best like acoustic facility, right? Probably be quite the experience. What is the best orchestra in the world, and where do they play? I actually met some girl like a month or two ago. It was like at the end of September. But she was in Toronto like for an orchestra from like Dubai. Like they travel the world, like that's their thing, her job essentially. That's more of an orchestra or concert band setting. Apparently Berlin and Vienna have the best too. Masonic temples, what is that? Masonic. I thought that was like some like religious cult thing, like the Freemasons or something. Masonic temple. Oh, it is, it is. Interesting. These are easy tunes. Which ones? Like the stuff I'm playing? A lot of concert halls are Masonic. Interesting. Used to sleep broke, now I dream of penthouse. Math so sharp I could carve a trend out. Charts don't lie, but my wrist too loud. Came from the red, now the green drip proud. Facts. Big bags hit like a 12-gauge pop. Apparently there's one in the US. Apparently like the Boston Symphony Hall is like one of the top 3 in the world. Seems like Vienna has both the best orchestra and the best facility for them. All three things share the same features: a shoebox shape, long, narrow, high rectangle, great for clarity and warmth. Lots of reflective surfaces and ornamentation. Medium size, not an arena, so sound doesn't get lost. Interesting. List I'm going over right now. No. Yeah, they're all familiar. Probably convenience. Probably a lot more convenience. What is this for exactly? Is this like a wedding or like a bar night or something else? It's pretty cool. I was dating some girl like a few months ago. Like, I guess it was like in the summer at this point. But she's like really big into music, and she had a bunch of like random instruments in her house. And one of them, I'm trying to find the name now, but it was like it's like a metal rod attached to some like electronic device, and then you have like another metal rod that you like move near and away from it, and like the magnetic effect is like makes the music. So you play it by like moving the rod around. Pretty interesting actually. I can't remember what the name of it was. It's a brewery. Hmm. Is it a theremin? Is that what it is? Theremin? Theremin. Look at the picture. Yeah, theremin. Well, they don't look exactly like this, but theremin. Oh yeah, you already know. Hey, was it this? That they're using their hands. Yeah, she had all kinds of weird stuff though, this included. Didn't even know half of it. Oh, quite the interesting character, we'll say that. But yeah, she actually has pretty good taste in music actually. Gave me like a bunch of like playlists of these like loopers, I think they're called, right? Where it's like one person that has like a bunch of instruments like in the set by themselves, and they like start playing one, and then they like loop it, and they go to the next one, and they start like looping it into the mix. By the end, you have like all the instruments kind of going. She showed me a bunch of them when I was hanging out with her. Pretty interesting. A house is full of instruments. Yeah, they're fun, right? They are like a good way to stimulate the brain. There's like a lot of science behind it, right? I repair vintage keyboards. Vintage keyboard. Interesting. I'm assuming you mean like non-electronic ones, or maybe they are electronic. I guess. I guess a piano would be the non-electronic version. That must be pretty hard though. Like, how do you fix this? Like, I'm assuming like it's not always as simple as like soldering something or fixing some cable. Probably need to like replace actual components. I throw music festivals too and own a giant stage. Oh, nice. Pretty cool. That's pretty interesting. You know, actually, I was watching a podcast recently with like Elon Musk and some guy from India, and they were talking about how like they believe that in the future, as we like move more towards like an AI world, like real world events such as like festivals and stage performances are gonna like increase in premium by a lot. You might have yourself a little gold mine right there. Rhodes pianos, clavinets. I don't even know what that is. Rhodes piano. Hmm. A clavinet. Clavinet. I mean, that must be pretty niche though. Like, how many people own vintage keyboards? On organ looks crazy. Oh, this thing has like massive ones. This thing, holy shit, what the hell? This thing has 5 rows of keys on it. The pipe organ. An instrument the size of a building. Entertainment will be the economy. Yeah, they were saying the same thing, right? And also, like, I don't know if you're familiar with the tech lead on YouTube, but he's been saying the same thing for a while too. Like trying to get like a job in tech or anything like that, he says is like pointless. TGL 6 to 88 today. TGL. I saw that other one that you mentioned the other day, like another big pump today, didn't it? Like SMX or whatever. The electromechanical keyboards from the 60s and 70s. Different kind of organ. Yeah, the organ I was looking at now looks ridiculous. There's like a video that like they're doing like a showing it. It's like a 30-minute video just to show this one instrument. Yeah, where do you trade this stuff on Thinkorswim, right? Or I guess I don't know. Where do you trade this stuff? Like also, what do you use for your execution? Or I guess is it all in the same thing? Cause I wanted to try the Dash Trader, like I don't want to buy it just yet. So I don't know if it's necessary. So I'm not planning to be trading this stuff probably, but given the situation of what's going on in Canada, I might have to like start trading options and traditional market a lot more. So I've been like setting up like interactive brokers account, blah blah blah. Yeah, we don't have that here. Damn, damn. No thinkorswim here. Really wild. It's a 100x runner since 1125. Yeah, it is, huh? It's with the 400. Some people obviously probably got wrecked here, I'd imagine. Some shorts got like squeezed into like the high heavens, basically. If you're short this, you're in a fetal position. Which has people blew up their account. Like that Martin Shkreli guy blew up his account shorting this Capper thing. Mm. Blew that shit up. These moves have been tough for me to catch lately. SMX ran midday on No News Day, wanted to move. No real reason to be watching it. By day 2 is at 60. Well, interesting. So why did this thing start pumping then? What would have caused this whole thing to do this? Was it just like shorted like crazy or something? Cause like you probably wouldn't have seen this on a scanner either. It didn't seem there was any volume until like it actually started. Could have taken the breakout of this level. I mean, can't say would have been hit. I don't trade this stuff too much, but I'd imagine a lot of people were probably watching this. And I don't trade these things at all, so it's hard to kind of give like really insightful input into this stuff. From what I can tell from reading, it seems like the thing that we were talking about of like you essentially manipulating this market, like whether you do it manually or algorithmically, it seems like some bigger players are starting to like dabble in like abusing algorithms on this stuff. I really wish I knew who came for this ticker. Her CEO was a former CEO of BCIG. Very scammy stock as well. And maybe we can find something online. So like, where do you get information for these stocks in terms of like the float available, the short open interest, or is there anywhere that shows like the aggregated positioning of the shares, so on and so forth? And PR/narrative catalyst. On November 25th, SMX pushed out multiple press releases framed as solving gold's biggest problem. The first real tech revolution to gold since the refinery stamp. Apparently they announced all this at the DMCC Precious Metals Conference in Dubai. Unveiling tech for gold and positioning themselves as the backbone for fully traceable, verified gold. Also had a formalized SEC filing on the same day. A reverse split with a tiny float, extremely sensitive tape. Interesting. Never been that hung up on the short interest of these really low float stocks, especially when you have average volume 3K. I think that is less relevant than a ticker like GME. I don't know about that. I mean, whatever. I don't know. I'm not like it's not my area of expertise, but like, I'll be very shocked if people don't target things that have high short interest, right, to cause these squeezes, because like, you need something to squeeze, right? You need some juice to start the move. Like I doubt you get these crazy rallies if people aren't just covering out like massively shorted positions. I have to look at the data. I don't know. That's gonna be just speculating. But like, if I was someone who's trying to do that, that's something I'd be definitely paying attention to. The FINRA and the Nasdaq trader, Finviz. They put together a list of like 40x runners happening within months time, March 2022. Every year since 2022. We're gonna take a return at least 40% the week before Christmas. Yeah, I'm gonna have to research some of these data sources a little bit more. Twelve 16.22 Cosm ran from 2-3. It could just be a coincidence though, right? Isn't that happening like on a regular basis? Like this thing, for example. And even then, like, sure, that may be happening. Like, aren't you scanning for these every day anyways? So regardless if it happens Christmas week or the week before or the week after, it's like same shit essentially. Still doing the same scans and whatnot. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Right tight. Cut that. Talk to me, Jerome. Let's go. They wait on Jerome, I wait on my zone. He pressed that mic, I press that phone. POC tag, I'm in my throne. Right go up, I'm still full grown. Yellow dash hit pixel snipe. Cut or hike, I trade that hype. Doves or hawks, they sweat all night. But I just fade, the math too right. Whip got clocks like the Fed got feared. Hold that squat when the dot plot near.
Also, how's the corn doing? Bitcoins. Just sitting here doing fuck all. Oh, what is that? Oh, my laundry. Oh, I gotta go put the stuff in the dryer if it's done. Boom. Fade that wick, I clean that plate. 2-point move off FOMC, but I was there pre-debate. Macro flow, no tweets, just big size and order sheets. Jerome talk yields, I talk cheat codes. Market move slow, I beat those. Smart money view my craft. No emotion, just math. Marco's chart got gold lines, and Fed days make them all laugh. Move the mic, but we move size. He talk hikes, we talk fills. They chase candles, we chase bills. This ain't no hype, this real skill. They wait on Jerome, I wait on my zone. He pressed that mic, I press that phone. POC tagged, I'm in my throne. Rate go up, I'm still full grown. Yellow dash hit pixel snipe. Cut or hike, I trade that hype. Doves or hawks, they sweat all night. But I just fade, the math too right. Math.
They set the stop, feel that level, marked it clean and let it drop. Just one shot, I don't chase, I let it pop. Math don't flop, one more candle then I'm up. They get got at the level, yellow flash, snap line. Fill that with collected cash, it might shine.
It was not done. It was not done. Bum 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 bum. Oh, it's a new episode of the All In podcast. Should we watch it? I was gonna look up a Dash Trader. Dash Trader. Cause that's one thing I find so crazy about TradingView, especially people that trade through TradingView. This thing has no hotkeys. Like all the hotkeys are the ones that they do have are not customizable. Like I actually need someone to explain to me how it is fucking possible in 2025, about to be 2026. You can release a software product that doesn't have customizable hotkeys. Like, how is that even fucking possible? It's absurd. Thinking about that is literally absurd. Kind of a trading view. I mean, I only use it to look at charts. I've never used it for anything else. But it's the first time I came across when I first started, so like that's how they got me. But I'd imagine there's probably some better stuff out there. I know a lot of people use a quant tower. To me, it seems like Dash Trader is more for people that are like scalping and want like optimized order execution. Robinhood a legend, what is that? Advanced desktop. Interesting. Because I was playing with the interactive brokers one on my laptop, but it's pretty shit. To be honest, pretty shit. One was not a fan. Seems like most people that trade traditional markets on like at least in regards to scalping, they all use this Dash Trader from what I've seen. I get to see barely anyone else use anything else. I hate playing Sissy Strut. What's that? Oh, a song? Why is that? Seems normal to me. What's wrong with that? Fate's a pretty strong word. Very repetitive.
ain't missing it. Smoke loud, wick louder. Run it! Spawn it. Wicked deep, I was waiting. Fire in the air, I'm blazing. They click too fast, I'm patient. My fib say go, I'm racing. Level hold tight, I size that. Blue line glow, I ride that. They tweet, I fill, then slide back. Chart dance while
Traders are grasping for a theme, or some stupid themes. Traders grasp onto one of them. Is a recent reverse splits. Well, hot tickers lately had a recent splits. SMX run started 8 days post split, 27 post split. But isn't there like some benefit to that, I'd imagine? Interesting. This Dash Trader, like, oh, that's so ridiculous. So ridiculous. $600. Like they have like a simulator you can use as like a testing thing, but they charge the same price for the simulator as the actual thing. What is the point of that? Can't be worse than Thinkorswim. Restricts so many small cap stocks you can't trade them anymore. No, I don't think this is like you connect your like interactive broker's account to Dash Trader or whatever like brokerage you're using. It's just like some platform that people use for like order execution and whatnot. But it's like well, first of all, it's like made to like it's like optimized to like visualize order flow. And apparently like it sends like the orders that you want to submit when trading like straight to the exchange. It skips your broker kind of thing. What's it called? What's the term they use? Yeah, direct market access. You can route orders straight to specific exchanges. Direct to market, yeah. But I don't think they support all kinds of brokerages though. It seems to me like they only support interactive brokers and what's the other one? Some American one I've seen a lot. Charles Schwab. That's the only two that they support. And also apparently like the hotkeys you can create it's not just you can create hotkeys, but you can create like hotkeys like a chain of hotkeys. So for instance, like you can do like, okay, when I press like I don't know P, like sell 20% of the position and put the stop loss break even, and it'll do like everything in that one key. But you can do like multiple actions. You can like chain them, right? Or like for instance, like enter the trade now and set the TP at 3R with my stop like at what like whatever like the 3 to 1 R ratio from this point in price, and it will just automatically set like everything in the order right away. Plus, like all the typical stuff you have in like a like advanced order platform, so you don't have on the exchange, right? All of like the more advanced order types. Somewhat pricey though. This thing is like basically like $3 grand a year to use this. Which is not a big deal. Like if you're like trading as like a business, you can just write it off as like a tax write off essentially, right? It's like an expense for your business. It kind of like lowers your taxable gains. I'd imagine for the kind of trading you do, like from what I've seen, from like all the people that do like these chart fanatic channels and whatnot or videos, all the people that are scalping in the low time frames like all use it. Are there fees per share? I'm not sure. I never used it. So we can ask ChatGPT. Seems like it goes by the broker. Apparently most brokers that use DAS offer per share pricing. Some of them offer per trade. The example they're putting, they charge like a third of a penny per share. So you're paying $3 for 1,000 shares. It doesn't seem like necessary for not. Like, the thing, I don't know if it's necessary because I don't know what I'm planning to do in regards to some of this trading stuff. But I don't think I'm gonna be like scalping on like the low time frame, doing that kind of stuff. What brokers are usable via DAS? Ross stays away from trading, so $1 stocks due to the price per share fees. Yeah, it can add up. It can add up. Like I pay a shit ton in fucking fees. It's absurd. Like what do I have right now in fees on these trades? Like 5 figures for sure. Yeah. And that's not even including the fucking funding fees either. Apparently I have to make a count on the center point securities. Yo, my ChatGPT is like hallucinating. What the hell? I asked it a question about which one of these brokerages it listed to use, and it's saying because you're under 18, you should not use such and such and such. Who the fuck said I'm under 18? This thing is fried. Where did that come from? Probably have to give these people $35,000 US to make an account on here, or $30,000 US. Is there any pros to using this? Apparently Center Point has the best short locates. Seems like you're using them and putting a premium on the fees for the ability to get optimal short locates. Okay, what can you use on TradingView? Out of curiosity? Well, I imagine they're all pretty garbage. Oh, it seems you can get a 14-day free trial of the simulator. Interesting. During this trial, market data is real-time only for Nasdaq Exchange. Good enough. Yo, ChatGPT is actually out of control right now. I asked it what's the ideal setup for Canada, and this is what it says. Use a proper margin brokerage, not a child's toy like Robinhood. Why is it cooking this shit? This thing is wilding. Where is this coming from? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna get my laundry this time. Should be done. I can get some food because I'm hungry. Boy, I'm hungry.
We eat either way. FO, FO, MC mode, I'm locked in live. Pivots, traps, I thrive off vibes. Green light flick when the dot plot slide. I'm front of the with my ops line. No stop, no cap, just data fed. They read tweets, I rate that thread. Price snap back like Powell said. I'm prepped, I'm lit, I want blood red. Countdown drop, I don't blink once. Hawk or dove, I still eat lunch. 0.25 or 0.5 pop. Market switch, I time that drop. Fed speak bait, I hear that tone. Liquidity flash, I'm in that zone. They panic post while I post TP. Shots bounce Chris Fibonacci tree. Screens up on the yacht, don't stress. SPX fake out, I short that mess. Ops in spaces, begging guesses. I'm in size, no second guesses. You though. FO, MC mode, I'm locked in live. Pivots, traps, I thrive off vibes. Green light flick when the dot plot slide. I'm front of the with my ops behind. No stop, no cap, just data fed. They read tweets, I read that thread. Price snap back like Powell said. I'm prepped, I'm lit, I want blood red. They got hobium tweets, I got limit fills. Mask my weapon, no fake thrills. I scalp that wick with deadly steel. Then chill with the view in Beverly Hills. Jerome talk slick, I already knew. I measured the tape, I mapped that cue. My yellow dash got bounced on cue. Whole room cheered, they never knew. Been up since London, slept in Tokyo. Raid day Prince got me moving like whoa, it's Marco's world. They just float. FOMC hits, I'm cutting throats. You though. FO, MC mode, I'm locked in live. Pivots, traps, I thrive off vibes. Green light flick when the dot plot slide. I'm front of the with my ops behind. No stop, no cap, just data fed. They read tweets, I read that thread. Price snap back like Powell said. I'm prepped, I'm lit, I want blood red. Raid day ain't for the weak. It's math, motion, and Marcos. We don't gamble. We execute. FOMC. You don't know. It's Marcos. No guessing. Just math, brethren. Pixel perfect, lavish.
Pixel lines, I strike exact. Smoke top shelf while charts react. Math talk clean, no need feet cap. Wrist on beam, trade intact. Pull up slow in the mat, go whip. Entry align, then watch that flip. Luxury drip from fingertip. Math bring life and the life is rich. Dash line yellow, price hit neat. Trade locked in, no need repeat. Wake tap bounce, I don't compete. I calculate what them tweet defeat. Rooftop chill with the loudest pack. They still hope I check that back. Plan so tight, no room for slack. They fade moves, I fade them back. Every chart glow like a chain. Every candle whisper gain. Guess I aimed and ran one trade feed whole campaign. Pixel lines, I strike exact. Smoke top shelf, white charts react. Math talk clean, no need fee cap. Wrist on beam, trade intact. Pull up slow in the mat, goal whip. Entry align, then watch that flip. Luxury drip from fingertip. Mass bring life and the life is rich. No drawdown, me tighten rope. P&L stretch like a hit the slope. Them watch stats, I build the scope. Every line I draw give hope. Candle pulse like baseline beat. Blue line bounce then chart repeat. I don't flex loud, I flex elite. private flight, just me and heat. Pixel lines, I strike exact. Smoke top shelf, white charts react. Math talk clean, no need feet cap. Wrist on beam, trade intact. Pull up slow in the matte gold whip. Entry aligned, then watch that flip. Luxury drip from fingertip. Mass bring life and the life is rich. Yeah. Pixel gold. Math life. Marcos. Shh. The math is the math.
Yeah. You already knew that level wasn't random. Marcos.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
See you in a bit.
Marked up, didn't need to pray. Zone hit once, then
I'm already back. I'm already back. Already back. Bum, 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 bum. Thing is, I didn't need any of this shit before, right? Because when I was buying like traditional equities, like, I'm not like I don't care to have like the fastest routed order, right? I'm just setting like limits for like a multi-week, multi-month swing trade. I guess I should probably ask these things about algorithmic trading too, right? Which services offer APIs that enable... Because that's true, I might not be able to do that anymore with like Bitcoin either. Which means we're gonna have to like potentially alter our strategy a bit. Which is fucking annoying, but...
Stats, yeah. Precision mode activated. Marcos. The math is the math. Ain't no cap in the graph. No, I just mapped that path. Clean. Now the risk I splash. The math is the math. Hit TP then dash. Ben's cool, not fast enough. So I double that bag. Ari red with a Fibonacci flame. Chart his zone, now it's not the same. Model on point, back this tight. You long that wick, I shorted it right. Richard Mill talking, that's cold precision. Wrist like glass with a chart division. You pray breakout, I saw vision. Now you stop, hit math, made the decision. Big cloud blowing that Sherman gelato. TP tag.
Also, I need to find a good VPN to use. What would be a good VPN to get on Binance?
The math is the math. Ain't no cap in the graph. I just mapped that path. Now the risk I splash. The math is the math. Hit TP then dash. Porsche curves new class. I still swing, I slash. No emotions, this I wire. Risk reward clean, that's empire. They want hope, I want proof. You drop size, I drop truth. Chart bounce once, I fade the rest. Big league seats in a VWAP test. Everything math, never just guess. Roll the strain, now I hedge the stress. Options stack like commas bill. You chase hype, I chase yield. They go blind, I go still. My edge quiet, but it kill. Math. The math. The math. No fear, just math. They break, I grab. They beg, I laugh. The math. The math. One shot, one tag. That zone, it crack. Because the math is the math. Ain't no cap in the graph. I just mapped that path. Now the risk I splash. The math is the math. Hit TP then dash. Rolls Royce matte black. You'll stop, hit that stat. This ain't luck. This ain't vibes. Structure. Steps. It's always been the math.
gone. Marcos. Yeah, I got 'em, no chase, no stress. Stop, got tap, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level market, did the rest. You got, now you tweeting regrets. I sip slow, I collect these sets. You want hype, I want that depth. I don't blink, I prep, then step. Late night zone, marked in gold. Candle touch, then story fold. You said breakout, I said trap. Price came back, you took that slap. Watch your chart, all full of lines. None of them real, none of them mine. Mine just sit, breathe like silk. Yours just scream, mine just built. They press green, I press calm. They want rush, I want charm. They want loud, I want plan. You want moon, I hold land. Yeah, I got no chase, no stress. Stop, got tap, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level market, did the rest. You got, now you tweeting regrets. I sip slow, I collect these sets. You want hype, I want that depth. I don't blink, I prep, then step. Price dance wild, I don't flinch. You felt FOMO, I felt inch. Entry slow, exit rich. You saw wick, I saw switch. You want flash, I want rhythm. You want now, I plot with wisdom. They rush in, don't survive. I plant lines, mine come alive. POC shift, I lean back. Value area high, I timed that trap. They got hit, full size drop. I didn't speak, I just watched.
You don't see it when it's quiet. You only feel it when it breaks. Me, I move like a shadow. You move when
Yeah,
you
got
should.
no chase, no stress. Stop, got tap, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level market, did the rest. You got response. That's what happen when you rush. Cool. You got response. I just faded with a hush. I stay ready. You stay loud. You caught feelings. I caught feels. Marcos.
You came back, same chart, same song, same face. Marco Ghost Dust. You got gal, yeah, didn't learn, just hit send. Press reverse, clean within. Now you hold me that end. You got gal, and new trade, same mistake, same trend. Said you changed, but that's pretend. I don't chase, I just extend.
Now, what is wrong with this ChatGPT though? This thing is fucking up like, what is going on with this thing? Anytime I ask it anything, it's assuming I'm under 18 and not answering like half my fucking questions. What the fuck is that? And it's ignoring all the memories I have set. What kind of shit update is this?
Same regret in the candle glow. You want hype, I want stealth. You burn fast, I print wealth.
Yo, fuck this shit. Where's Gemini? Pissing me off. Pissing me off. The fuck?
Same button, same burst, same chart, but worse. Same push, no verse. You fall, I don't curse. You got again, didn't learn, just hit send. Price reverse, clean within. Now you hold me that in. You got again, new trade, same mistake, same trend. Said you changed, but that's pretend. I don't chase, I just extend. It wasn't personal. It was mad. You got again. Marcos.
say it's fake. Till they liquidate. Marcos.
Imaginary lines, that's what they say. What? Till price tap twice and fades away. They pressing heat, I mark in gray. Chalk out hard, I paint that plate. Dash line glow, they call it luck. Price bounce clean, they stuck in muck. I don't draw dreams, I chart design. And they still mad at imaginary lines. They don't believe, but they get clipped. Price it once, then double dip. Line from Monday, still him fry. Pixel perfect, and they ask why. Yellow dash with silent threat. I don't
Skirt,
give
skirt.
one place and let. You post vibes, I post fills. You chase breakouts as I set kills. Line got tagged, they called it glitch. Next move came, I got
Man, this ChatGPT thing's actually absurd.
you drink candle, I dream mean.
I'm asking it questions about trading algorithmically, and if any of them can use it doing via margin, and it's not answering. It's not fucking answering. It's saying that you're not you're under 18, and I've been following safety protocol to not respond to these questions. What the fuck? When did this start happening? The song? No, I know you're talking about the song. Use Grok? I've never used Grok, cause I don't have like the better version. I'm using Gemini right now instead.
They saw top, I saw test, they saw pump, I saw rest. They want chaos, I want code, they get wrecked, I just reload. Dash line from last week's close, still hold firm while volume froze. You want answers, I want edge. You beg trend, I set the wedge. It's just a yellow line. Wait till your trade explodes on it. Then it's a prophecy. Marcos. Imaginary lines, that's what they say. Till price tap twice and fades away. They pressing heat, I mark in gray. Chart got art, I paint that play. Dash line glow, they call it luck. Price bounce clean, they stuck in
Your Mac kinda sucks too. I don't know about that.
and they still mad at imaginary lines.
It's like the highest scoring one out of all of them now. Aside from like Claude for coding specifically.
The math is the math. Marcos.
Don't need signs, don't need hype. Just numbers.
That's what my phone uses, it's dumb.
Marcos.
It's a bad
I got faith in the math. Let them talk, I don't react. They chase dreams, I trace tracks. Numbers talk back, I move exact. No emotion, just that math. Zone a line, then it snap. They want feeling, I want facts. One clean whip, then I'm back. She said, how you stay that calm? I said, math don't need no charm. I don't flinch, I wait for price. You guess hope, I draw slice. We came close, I don't flail. TP tap, no detail. Didn't pray, didn't stress. Just one chart, no second guess. No candles loud enough to shake. No voice can make me fake. My trust ain't built on faithless moves. It's built on levels that don't lose. I got faith in the math. Ay. Let them talk, I don't react. They chase dreams, I trace tracks. Numbers talk back, I move exact. No emotion, just that map. Zone a line, then it snap. They want feeling, I want facts. One clean wig, then I'm back. Screen too dim, but I still see. Balance built in, geometry. Volume whisper, range got tight. Mass said now, then came light. I don't blink, I just obey. Pattern formed in quiet sway. She said you knew it, hold that line. I said price don't lie with time. Y'all want speed, I want proof. I let price walk to truth. You chase fear, I sit still. You post hype, I just feel. They say luck, I say logic. They feel noise, I feel light. I got faith in the math, yeah. Let them talk, I don't react. They
That's what my phone uses. It's dumb. Seems interesting. Seems fine to me so far. Like, I used Gemini when it first came out, and then I stopped using it for ChatGPT. I've been using it again now that like the new version came out. I don't like how slow it is though. It's like I read pretty fast, and this thing is. We'll say this: when ChatGPT is like outputting the answer, the text like so slow. I can like read it faster than it's fucking loading on screen. At least for like Gemini, it just kind of blurbs everything out right away. Grok score's higher than Gemini? Not from what I've seen. Yo, ChatGPT's telling me how to finesse. Yo, this thing is elite. Apparently, to make an account on Binance, like, okay, so like, I have like multiple passports in other countries, but I don't have like a proof of address because I don't live there, right? And this thing is literally giving me step-by-step instructions on how to like essentially forge a document, but like legally through the bank. Because my parents have banking in another account in other countries, I don't. So apparently I can like log into my parents' account and change the like the corresponding name, and then download a PDF from the bank itself and use that. Interesting. I can't believe ChatGPT was not going to talk about any of this. I can tell you that much.
Got the Henny in me. FOMC while I'm the mass like a semi. Ups until I'm calm but deadly. Smoking that Ray Day pack real heady. Mid-print wick, I thread it steady. DXY spike, I load that heavy. Powell speak, they dream confetti. I'm up in size, let's rock, we ready. Candlewick fly, I'm zone, I'm faded. I'm so bark, my stop unbaited. They brought the spike, I wipe the
And wash my teeth. Or brush my teeth.
back recline. Y'all side screens got 5 align. Got green on the chart, got red in the sky. That stay stops blowing while I multiply. Henny bottles from my Powell speak. I'm 2 sips deep, still mad for lead. That 25 hit, I preheat. They react, I plant then feast. Off a perk sipping lean, got the Henny in me. FOMC while I'm the mass like a semi. Ups until I'm calm but deadly. Smoking that Ray Day pack real heady. Mid-print wick, I thread it steady. DXY spike, I load that heavy. Powell speak, they dream confetti. I'm up in size, let's rock, we ready. They all in chat say pivot soon. I'm in the book with a data zoom. I slide on brakes like it's auto-tune. Get filled at the top, then watch it doom. Dollar cost who I deal in pressure. Sharpen trees, no guessing measure. Fed day wild, but my math gon' tether. Your whole TL full of stressing. Smoke at the screen, backward packing. Ops try long, they caught that slapping. Marco's lines, yeah, them wicks be tapping. The price go ghost, that's my fashion. Off a perk sipping lean, got the Henny in me. FOMC while I'm the massling and semi. Ops on till I'm calm but deadly. Smoking that Ray Day pack real heady. Mid-print wick, I thread it steady. BXY spike, I load that heavy. Power speak, they dream confetti. I'm up in size, let's rock, we ready. You tweaking, I'm peeking. Off math, off med, still beating Marco's trades. FOMC, I eat it.
She bounced once, he pressed twice. Stop gone. Marcos.
Yeah, I got 'em, no chase, no stress. Stop got tapped, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level, market did the rest. You got, now you tweets and regrets. I sip slow, I collect these sets. You on hype, I want that depth. I don't blink, I prep then step. Late night zone, marked in gold. Candle touch, then story fold. You said breakout, I said trap. Price came back, you took that slap. Watch your chart all full of lines. None of them real, none of them mine. Mine just sit, breathe like silk. Yours just scream, mine just built. They press green, I press calm. They want rush, I want charm. They want loud, I want plan. You want moon, I hold land. Yeah, I got 'em, no chase, no stress. Stop got tapped, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level, market did the rest. You got, now you tweets and regrets. I sip slow, I collect these sets. You on hype, I want that depth. I don't blink, I prep then step. Price dance wild, I don't flinch. You felt FOMO, I felt inch. Entry slow, exit rich. You saw wick, I saw switch. You want flash, I want rhythm. You want now, I plot with wisdom. They rush in, they don't survive. I plant lines, mine come alive. POC shift, I lean back. Value area high, I time that trap. They got hit, full size drop. I didn't speak, I just watch. You don't see it when it's quiet. You only feel it when it break. Me, I move like a shadow. Do you move when it shake? Yeah, I got 'em, no chase, no stress. Stop got tapped, now they clean that mess. Didn't say much, I don't need to guess. Just place that level, market did the rest. You got. That's what happened when you rush. You got.
You know, the more I think about this, the more I want to just fucking troll the Canadian government, right? Just for being such a pain in the fucking ass to work with. Just do all my trading under my parents' name and a Spanish account. Pay literally more than 20% less taxes. Canadian government no longer gets any of my tax revenue. And then I'm just gonna say I'm fucking have mental illness and I need government assistance, right? Fuck them, why not? You're just a big massive fuck you. Oh my gosh.
I trap it, draw that fib 618, I map it. She said you sleep while it ran, I laugh. Woke up, TP got smacked, just magic. Porsche move clean when the levels align. Throw bars. I draw with spine, he stick blow. When the stop loss line, you press buy. I press decline. Top floor view while the haters trip. They scalp noise. I took that flip. Richard Mill ticket, like price on script. He said uptrend, I said don't slip. Heat map red, I step in cold. Zone get tagged, then it explode. Chart too clean, wrist too froze. You long hit, I don't even flinch. Price got loud, I ain't moving inch. Wick came back, I dropped that pin. Now you stop loss, paying my rent. Cookies in the wood, Gusher strain. Chart did numbers, I ain't feel pain. He up $5, I blew out range. One big zone, now we ain't the same. Bentley slide with the VWAP mark. Chart bounced back like a go-kart spark. He said mad fake, then the fib went dark. Then came Wick, then came Spark. AP face match chart precision. I don't need hype, I need incision. They want vibes, I want conviction. He post losses, I post liquidation. Heat map red, I step in cold. Zone get tagged, then it explode. Chart too clean, wrist too froze. You loaned high, now your bag got sold. TP hit, I don't even flinch. Price got loud.
How long have we been down here for?
Wick came back, I dropped that
17 days.
stop loss, paying my rent. Marcos. He said he felt heat. I said that's the pressure of math. You don't feel it when you fade it right. Heat map. Marcos.
Okay, the interesting thing about this move is that like a shit ton of shorts open like in this whole move down essentially, right? But almost all of them took profit here. Like they're all out of their positions already. Which is interesting, right? You see that video of Tesla just flat out veers into the dump truck in Scottsdale? No, I've not. Holy shit. Was this a person driving or like what's going on here? Oh, the person lived too. Holy shit.
Pixel bounce, math in motion, chalk don't lie, pure devotion, price tap twice, that's the potion, load that size, smooth explosion, golden pocket, snipe, locked it, dash, yellow, moves, echo, pixel bounce, math in motion, chalk don't lie, pure devotion, price tap twice, that's the potion, load that size, smooth explosion.
Did see the nightly news story about Waymo running past a school bus stop sign 19 times. Oh, this thing doesn't, in this video seems like rage baiting more than anything. Like, cars crash every day, right? Yet they upload this one crash. A Tesla car crashes into a truck. You can literally see the fucking person driving the car before they crash. We'll see when the data comes out, right? Well, what really went on there, but lucky they both lived, tell you that much. That was fucking like a head-on collision. Straight up, full speed. Kinda seems like a big deal to me, not stopping for school bus. Yeah, I'm not too sure about the Waymos. I haven't really watched them too much. I mean, I've been in one, oddly enough, when I was in Arizona. Whatever, that doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? To the end of the day, who cares? Yeah, sure, these cars might cause some accidents, but like... like, how would we draw this? Like time, and like deaths per year from like humans driving. Right now, I'm sure it's like some like somewhat steady number, right? Year over year, it's like this many deaths. But like once automated driving kicks in, it's gonna like drop substantially. So like, yeah, sure, might some people die in the working out the kinks of some of these technologies, unfortunately. But if this is gonna be the end result, I'm like better off than what we had here by a long margin. And also like a net positive to society, right? Like how many people waste, like me when I used to work before like quitting to trade, like I don't live that far from where I work. It'd be like 10-15 minutes there in the morning, then they're like 15-20 on the way back because there's more traffic. So that's like almost an hour a day wasted driving, right? Just doing nothing productive. And people have like way worse commutes than that. So we wasted an enormous amount of our time on Earth, our limited time, just fucking driving. Incredibly wasteful. I was watching an interview once, and like they were asking some like rich person, like, "What's your favorite car?" His response was the one that I don't have to drive. True. 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 School bus.
I don't move unless Price do. She said, how you know? I said, baby, line don't lie. Marcos, yeah.
Price glide down to my level, I'm chillin'. Drawn as zone from the highest precision. She feel the math in the way that I pivot. All clean, no cap, just vision. Golden pocket, baby, that's 618. Chalk blowing in the dark while I watch it skate. She move close like Price to my anchor. One touch now, both feel danger. I don't chase the move, I place the move.
Oh, I misunderstood what you meant by this.
One wick hit, I just said it's smooth. Fibs alright, baby, let it groove. Charts got rhythm, I let it slide. She feel heat when
I thought you meant that they were like at like a four-way stop and the Waymo just fucking blew through the thing driving. I mean, this seems more reasonable, not that crazy. Probably just some issue with like the size of the bus and you can't see the sign or something. Because like essentially it's trying to pass a stopped car is what it's doing. Clearly.
she on my lap, Price tap is performing. I ain't even stressed, I've been chart scoring. They in drawdown, I'm world
For me, self-driving cars wouldn't be that beneficial. I get car sick when I'm a passenger. I'd be puking everywhere being driven around. Interesting. Interesting. I think that this is one of those like sucks to suck situations. I don't think they're gonna care too much. Because eventually they're gonna ban driving, right? Driving is not gonna be like allowed anymore, essentially. Like that's like where we're headed sooner or later. Have you guys seen a story of this raccoon that broke into the liquor store? And it got wasted and just fell asleep in the bathroom, just passed out drunk. Look at this thing. It even made it to the bathroom. They're trying to puke. Why can't I? The Virginia liquor store story? Yeah. Apparently, like, I broke into the store and was like drinking random like liquor or whatever, and they like got drunk essentially, and just they found it just sleeping in the bathroom. Yeah, like so like the bottles fell on the ground and they broke open and they started drinking the liquor off the ground. Yeah, I find that funny too, right? It actually like, I mean, obviously it wasn't. Obviously, it wasn't going around trying to find the toilet, but it is like a funny coincidence that it did pass out next to the toilet, like most humans do when they're wasted. Should we watch this all in episode? You know, I didn't start watching this podcast till pretty recently, but I like it. Kind of just leave the bitcoins on the side here. Move some of this stuff.
Back to the #1 podcast in the world, the All In Podcast, in the news, in your feed. We're ready to go. We've got the original quartet here. The band's back together. All right, first up on the docket, a code red has been called by Sam Altman. He sent a memo on Monday, told employees to stop working on side quests, like ads, etc., and focus on the core, ChatGPT, the core experience, make it faster, make it better. And I think we all know why. Because Gemini and Grok and Claude from Anthropic have been crushing it. ChatGPT 5, let's call it what it is, was a bit of a flop. It didn't perform to expectations. We discussed that a couple of weeks ago or months ago. Anthropic is beating OpenAI in enterprise revenue starting this summer. And I talked about how, previous episodes on the
apparently
streets.
Anthropic, like, from what I've seen, that thing is like, even when newer models have come out for the other ones, like Grok or Gemini or ChatGPT, when it comes to like coding and whatnot, that thing is like leagues ahead. Never used it, but very, very fast. Like, as someone that worked as like a software engineer, I'm quite fascinated to use that thing.
I'm seeing more startups want to use Anthropic's API and also Google Gemini's API, and they don't essentially trust OpenAI to not steal their business. So it's big changes right now. Here is a chart based on data from July. Most of Anthropic's revenue here is corporate. Most of OpenAI's, as everybody knows, is consumer. And here's another chart, OpenAI's new infrastructure deals versus revenue. And this is just for 2025 alone. A lot of deals being made, but competition is fierce. Chamath, your thoughts here on the game on the field? Code red, for people who don't know in our industry, is when everybody reports to the office and gets focused on one thing. And that's apparently what Sam's doing. How do you interpret it?
Look, I think that there are two things. Let's do the strategic lens and then the tactical lens. The strategic lens is that this is an incredibly vibrant and dynamic market. And I think it's too difficult and too early to pick winners other than at the silicon layer, where largely that die has been cast. I think that it's going to grow, so we can talk about how there'll be more competition, but it's roughly NVIDIA plus AMD plus Google plus a bunch of inference silicon. So that's sort of that market. But above it at the model market, it reminds me, frankly, a lot of when we were building Facebook. I remember sitting around our senior executive team, 6 of us, looking at MySpace, who was an order of magnitude bigger than us. And at some point we were like, you know what? Our product is just fundamentally better than theirs. And they had 100 million plus users and we had sort of 15, but we knew that we were eventually going to beat them. Nobody else knew. And I feel like this market is similarly evolving, which is that you have these early winners, but there's still so much work to do. There's still so many consumer expectations to define that it's too early to know who's going to win. And ultimately, what we are learning, especially as all these markets converge, is that distribution still matters a ton, which favors Google. It favors Meta, although Meta's quite behind.
True.
And now it will still favor OpenAI because they have 800 million monthly actives. So then the tactical thing is, what do you do? Knowing that this dynamic is set up to have a lot of competition. And I think what you have to do is streamline the focus and try to make a crisis out of every opportunity. Because look, the companies tend to just grow. This positive entropy tends to cause people to hire at every level. And you look around and there's thousands of people that you didn't know even 6 months ago. And so I think if Sam can use different points in time to tighten the core focus, they'll be better off. And I think that is what Google did a while back. If you remember the whole Black George Washington thing, they were able to use that as a rallying cry to streamline the organization and to focus and to get their best and smartest people to work on the most highly leveraged
Do you
tasks.
remember that? When Gemini, you asked it to make like a picture of like the founding fathers of the US, and it was like fucking woke. It was like black, like, probably like a transgender like Lincoln.
You see now is an incredible overperformance from where they were. I've said this before, but Gemini is incredible. So I think that that's what's happening. Too early to call. It's a 3 or 4 horse race. And Sam needs to batten down the hatches, and I think he used this opportunity to stop a bunch of peripheral activities.
Yeah, and as we saw, Sergey called a personal code red. He said, I have to get in the office. I have to inspire everybody because this is existential for us if we lose the search franchise, which they haven't. The code red works. So David Freeberg, maybe you could discuss a little bit. Code red as a management technique. You were at Google. I don't know if they were calling code reds back then because you didn't have any competition, but we're in a much different world here. This is the most competitive thing we've ever seen in our lifetimes, I think.
Google had an early lead in search, and then Microsoft launched, and it formed a code red model at Google that was called Project Canada as the code word for Microsoft. And there was a weekly war room meeting and a whole bunch of strategy and product decision making that was driven around the impending threat from Microsoft because Microsoft was such a big behemoth, so well capitalized, had incredible engineering talent. Part of the response was to set up an office in Kirkland, to recruit engineers up in Seattle, to aggressively grow that base. There was a whole bunch of tactics that emerged from the strategic lens of Project Canada. It is a very powerful method. It is how the United States got to the moon in a race with Russia. It is how we are now in a race for supremacy in technology and AI against China. Having an impending threat is a very strong motivational tactic. It is a very focusing setting, and it drives innovation. And so we'll see what happens. ChatGPT was basically the market monopoly in AI or LLM chat interface, and it only had one way to go, which was down. Google, I think at this point, has roughly 14%. So here you can see OpenAI is on the decline. Obviously, a little over a year ago, they were at 90% plus market share in generative AI traffic. And today, Gemini is at 14, 15%. The depth, the flywheel that Google has built gives them such extraordinary advantage.
Okay, let's go to Emperor Palpatine. This is coming together as exactly as you orchestrated, you as the czar of AI and crypto. Thank you for your service, civil servant David Sachs. You wanted to see vibrant competition. Well, here we have it. Assess the playing field as you see it from DC.
Well, first of all, let me give credit to Sam for calling this code red, breaking the glass and pulling the alarm. I think it's so easy for CEOs in general to engage in happy talk and ignore problems, especially when discussing them is going to create a PR story that they don't like. And I do think one of the things that's unique about Silicon Valley is just that the founders and CEOs do treat the situation of their companies in a more existential way because we actually do have tremendous competition. And so anytime I think a CEO is willing to, again, take a bad PR story in order to focus their troops on a real business problem, I think they deserve credit for it. Because I think when you look at the rest of the Fortune 500, these CEOs are just kind of managing PR all the time. Now, with respect to the ecosystem as a whole, it is very competitive. And I think we've got 5 major companies, and they all have their strengths. So ChatGPT is the leader in consumer. They have something like 80% market share in consumer use of LLM chatbots. But then Google came out with their new Gemini 3, and they were starting to take share based on the strength of Gemini 3 and the integration it has, obviously, within Google Search, because it's very easy for people to discover it when they do a Google search, and now they're seeing that it's actually pretty good. So they were starting to take share from ChatGPT, and I think that's why Sam issued the code red. Then you've got Anthropic, like you mentioned,
that
where I
Chamath
don't particularly...
or Chamath? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Love what I've called their regulatory capture strategy, but I have to acknowledge their products are very good. Everybody seems to say that they have the best coding assistant, and they're carving out a very lucrative niche in enterprise. And then you've got xAI, which I think is the best at current events because of the integration with X. And also Elon seems to be able to scale his data center, his training cluster, the fastest. He's got, he had Colossus 1, now he's got Colossus 2, and that portends good things for Grok 5. It's going to be trained on the largest cluster of Blackwells. So in any event, you've got all these companies that are doing pretty well. I guess Meta has sort of hit some headwinds, but they're going to continue investing tremendously in AI, and they've got deep pockets to do it. So I think that they'll come back. And, what you see is all these companies are kind of leapfrogging each other. You get a new version, and then they sort of leapfrog each other in terms of benchmarks.
The leaderboards are showing that, yes, Ax. And you look at the leaderboard,
exactly.
It's constantly Grok comes above Gemini comes
There's
above
a lot
Grok,
of leapfrogging going on. There's a lot of, also I'd say, specialization now going on in the ways that I just mentioned. All these companies are developing strengths. There's sort of verticals happening.
Yes.
And so I've described this as sort of a Goldilocks scenario where you're making a lot of progress in AI, but the market is remaining very competitive. Ideally, it does not consolidate just to one monopoly player like we've seen in other tech markets, because then you end up with a big tech company that's got too much power and control. That's not generally a great thing for consumers.
What does it say
or
about
for
us
citizens.
versus China, Sachs? What does it say versus us versus China? That was the dialogue a year ago. Oh my God, China. Oh my God, China. Where are we at today? Because this is impressive, this vibrant competition.
Well, look, competition brings out the best in the American system. And I think that that is what creates the most progress. And that's what's going to allow us to win the AI race against China. China has a lot of competition too, but they do tend to anoint national champions more. I guess they usually do it more after a competition stage. So, maybe it doesn't prevent competition. But look, China's formidable. They got a lot of good AI companies too, and this is going to be a horse race. But again, there's no question that
You
the
feel good
American
about it?
system, for sure. But look, there's no question that in the American system, it's competition that brings out the best, and that's what
Yes.
we're seeing right now.
Jason, what do you think?
Interestingly, I just want to build a little bit on what Freeberg showed. The way I'm sort of seeing this is now ChatGPT versus the world. 36 months ago, ChatGPT, OpenAI had 100%, right? They started the category, as you pointed out correctly, David. And their decline in market share is increasing in velocity. If we were looking at just 12 months ago, they had 84% of the space, and now they're at 68. So this is accelerating. You pointed out, Chamath, correctly, why it's accelerating. Distribution matters. We've talked about it countless times here. Meta is forcing you to use their AI search, which is pretty bad, I'll be honest. Every time you do a search on Instagram, it's annoying, but those all count as users using the product, just like Slack faced competition from Microsoft Teams when it bundled. And so I just tracked this out, and this is what I think is going to happen over the next 4 years. I think we're going to see OpenAI go down to about a third.
That's quite the drop, right? It's quite the drop. Pretty alarming. Like, this OpenAI thing, like, potentially falling off like this is quite alarming. Because it's probably gonna have some like, actually, well, will it? I don't know. A lot of money will be wasted. We'll say that, and that's probably gonna impact the market in some capacity, right? If OpenAI fails, a potential like super bearish catalyst
Of the market. And I think the other players are going to take 2/3. The reason I think this is because, to Sax's point, specialization is happening. If you look at Nano Banana, which is the image processing over at Google, it's fantastic. Grok Image is fantastic. So you can have 5 different choices for images. You can have 4 or 5 different really credible choices. Now you have to look also at the competition and what Sam is facing. I've known Sam 20 years now. He is a consummate deal maker, perhaps too good at deal making. He was incredible at recruiting, and his PR game was very strong. Everybody realizes that, and look at who he's facing, Freeberg. Elon at Grok, Sergey Sundar at Google, Zuckerberg at Meta, Dario at Anthropic, Satya at Microsoft, who's his partner, who's now his competitor. Elon was his benefactor, now his competitor. You got the open source projects, DeepSeek, etc., Sachs in China. And then his former employees are trying to kill him as well. So you have Ilya doing Safe Superintelligence, which hasn't launched yet, and Mira doing Thinking Machine. She's, obviously was doing all the video stuff. So I think what we're going to see here, if we're sitting here, I don't know, next year, they're going to be in the next 12 to 24 months under 50%. And these companies are explicitly trying to kill OpenAI. The amount of bad will that Sam has built is colossal. And I think it's from doing too many deals. And if you look at what he did to NVIDIA, NVIDIA put out a statement recently that they have the option to invest. So we were sitting here 2 months ago, and I know people in the industry were staying up late at night worrying about all these deals Sam was doing. All those deals apparently are coming out that they're options. These weren't real deals. A lot of them were options. And so Jensen came out and said, hey, we have the opportunity to invest in OpenAI. But you remember Sam did that AMD deal the week after 2 weeks after he did the OpenAI deal. A lot of this is creating bad feelings. And I think we're at peak OpenAI right now. I said it on the show a couple of weeks ago. I think the pair trade is to bet against it's ChatGPT versus the world. And I think the world wins 2/3.
They can still be in a good place. I think you're right that this market probably gets split up 3 or 4 ways. And so the winner probably gets a third of the market. Most other markets that end up in a 3 or 4 person race ends up in that space. But a third of a market can still be very valuable if that market has 5 or 6 billion people using it.
Absolutely. It's going to be tremendous, yeah.
And that can still support a multi-trillion-dollar market cap. So I don't think it's by any means a death knell for OpenAI, but it does mean that a lot of these projects probably need to get shuttered because you need to just do a few things very, very well, because consumers will start to split their purchasing decisions, if you will, or their usage decisions across vertical things for specific purposes. So yes, I may use Grok Image because I love that and it's just much better, but then I may use Anthropic for code gen while I use Gemini for deep research, and then I use ChatGPT for conversational search.
Yes.
Now all of a sudden I'm using all 4. That's highly realistic, that outcome. In fact, I look at my phone now. I try to limit the number of apps on the phone, but I have Gemini and Grok as the 2 anchor apps. Because I'm so reliant on both of them, and I just keep going back and forth between them now.
Interestingly, I have 4. I have Claude also in Perplexity on my desktop, and I go through all 4 of them. Here's what Google and other folks are planning. They're going to take the main revenue stream of OpenAI, and they're going to suck the oxygen out of the room, and they're going to try to strangle Sam and the team over there by making it free. So right now, if 75% of that revenue...
metaphor.
True, right? Very true.
But this is war. This
Very
is the
fucking
greatest
true.
battle we've seen since like Netscape versus Microsoft and the internet. They're going to make Gemini free for life for the best models. That's my prediction for Google. And I think Meta will be right behind them. Why? They have the ad network already built. And they know in that fierce competition, which you were part of, Chamath and Freeberg, how fierce that competition was. That duopoly does not want to become a thruple with Sam. I think this is going to be very analogous to what happened with Netscape. People used to pay $50 for a Netscape browser. And then the idea when Microsoft came in and made it free, and Chrome became free, and Dolphin browser and a million other providers, same thing's going to happen to ChatGPT. Right now, 80% of the revenue comes from $20 subscriptions. That's going to get decimated to zero. I don't think consumers are going to pay for this product. Just like they won't pay for search and they won't pay for a browser because Google and Meta will make it free.
I think it's different reason, actually. The reason why they will do it is because they have such an inordinate amount of cash, and that cash is valueless on the balance sheet.
Bingo.
So you might as well just rip it in. If you look at the companies that have a need to spend money right now, it's Google, it's Microsoft, it's Meta, it's NVIDIA.
And interesting point he's making. Yeah, I didn't realize Gemini was like free for everyone. That's like pretty fucking big deal, right? Cause like I have like a paid version of like ChatGPT and whatnot, and also like an upgraded Gemini. But if I had to pick right now between like using ChatGPT and a free version of Gemini, if it's the same as what I'm using now, I'm gonna use a free one, right? And so is anybody else.
Maybe Broadcom, but let's just keep Broadcom out of it. But
Apple's there
and
too.
Apple,
Yeah.
all of those companies have so much cash. If you actually look at the DCF of the enterprise value of these businesses, it gets very little credit for that cash, almost to the point where it's worthless. And so you either need to spend it on M&A, spend it on buybacks, or spend it to subsidize a product so that you can maintain your leadership in the broader market. And so what you're going to see is these big companies do this capital allocation model in a much more aggressive way. So there's only so many share buybacks that these guys can do. They approve 50, 60, 70, $80 billion in buybacks. It just doesn't lift the stock price the same way it does when you actually show leadership in a product category.
Right.
So to your point, if you're just going to underwrite a decision, just look at the last 3 weeks of Google's stock performance. It basically doubled once we thought that Gemini was incredible. And so if you want to make Gemini even more incredible, just pour another billion users into it. And if that costs you 50 billion, it's okay because you'll make $1 trillion in market cap. It's like a no-brainer.
Yeah, and think about all the reinforcement learning that those big players have at scale. I think it's going to be just...
By the way, the other thing is, if we're playing conspiracy theorists, I think the reason why Sam did those deals, to your point, he is a consummate, very talented deal maker.
Yes.
Is probably because he needed to continue to generate the type of momentum required to raise the quantum of capital that he needs. Yes. So if you're silent, it's much harder to raise $100 billion and you're shucking and jiving and you're just putting a lot of things out there. That could convince people that there's a level of momentum that's worth underwriting at a much higher valuation. So you have to keep that in mind too.
Yes, I think that is his high level, 4D chess. I think NVIDIA is predicting it now. I think NVIDIA is not going to take their option to invest in OpenAI, or they're going to really downgrade it 70, 80%, and they're going to allocate it to other players. Freeberg, any final thoughts here as we wrap up on this?
What's your basis for that prediction?
I think that NVIDIA wants to own more of the other players. I do actually have a basis for this. I think that they were very pissed off at the other support he gave to their competitors
after
they had closed that deal. I know a lot of people in the industry.
You sound like the New York Times.
Well, great segue.
Everybody knows. What's your source?
Everybody knows.
Sources
say.
Open secret.
Sources say.
Sorry, I'll just JK. Let me just wrap up on the AI
Please,
stuff.
yes, I was trying to give that
and I'll just echo a little bit what Chamath said. I don't think that the battle is going to be won and lost on LLMs. I think that there's several fronts, and we're so early in AI. It's not going to necessarily just be about text-based token production. These non-text-based models, the non-LLM models, the complexity to them and the differentiation is so much wider than it is in LLMs. Kind of think about it I think about it in terms of like a Hold'em versus Omaha game. Like the difference between the median and the best player in an Omaha game is so significant compared to the median and the best player in a Hold'em game, because it's just so much more complex. I don't know if you remember this guy, Chris Ferguson. He used to win every Omaha.
What is an Omaha game? I don't know what this guy's talking about. Omaha game. Oh, it's like a type of poker or something? Community card poker game similar to Texas Hold'em, where each player dealt 4 cards and must make their best hand using 2 of them. Interesting.
Omaha tournament back in the day, because he was one of the first guys to figure it out. So everyone that knew Hold'em thought that they could just step into Omaha. And because he figured out how to do Omaha, he just wrecked everyone consistently. Anyway, in video, for example, right, they use diffusion models, and then they also use a transformer architecture, and then they use these convolutional neural networks to create structure within the frame and continue structure between frames in video. There are multiple models that have to interact and work together to render video. So you have to have good training. You also have to have unique architecture. And so the amount of differentiation that's possible in video AI is, I would say, at this point today, so much wider than the differentiation in text-based AI, like what we see with LLMs. As those things start to become more mainstream, I think that applications that we are not necessarily thinking about today are going to become a bigger use case for how we spend our time. And that is really when you'll start to see, this horse race start to kind of play out a little bit more differently than it does today.
Omaha Poker, then you have double board bomb pots. What the hell is that? Double board bomb pot. Oh, it's another kind of poker? I didn't realize there's so many different kinds of poker. The pot is dealt in 2 separate boards. Interesting. Is there some kind of reason why you never see these compared to like whatever you see in the World Series of Poker? Like the Texas Hold'em, I guess it is. Seems like Texas Hold'em is simpler. Interesting.
Everything's all about usage on a chat interface. We're going to look back at that one day. It's going to be the equivalent of everyone on AOL Instant Messenger or Yahoo Instant Messenger. It's like, who gives a shit? That's not really where the game's going to be played.
While we're speaking, Gemini just released Gemini 3 Deep Think is here. So the race is continuing even as we're taping the show.
Let me add one more thing, which is, I don't know, just a few months ago on the show, maybe it was 3 months ago, maybe it was 6 months ago, we were all like giving eulogies for Google.
I wasn't.
I was not either.
Well,
I took the other side.
I mean, I don't know. There are a lot of people were, and I was definitely
I think the majority of the industry was. I did take the other side of it. Yeah.
I think Brad Gurley and Brad Gerstner and Bill Gurley were.
Yeah, Brad Gurley, the Brad Gurley show.
Brad Gurley show.
It's one person.
Brad Gurley definitely were, and look, and the argument made a lot of sense, which is, even if you believe that Google's going to come back and have a credible AI product, remember they were caught completely flat-footed by this. They figured out the transformer architecture back in 2017, but then they didn't really do anything with it, and then OpenAI grabbed onto that, and then, like you showed on that chart, they basically had a 2-year head start on LLMs. So a lot of people were basically saying that this was it for Google because obviously LLMs are so much better at web search than the 10 blue links. And moreover, for monetization, why would you need to have, ad links or paid links in an LLM world? And I think the point that Brad and Bill were making is, again, even if Google catches up, they'll never have the dominant position in AI that they have in search. It still might be true, who knows? But the point is just everyone was saying that Google was in deep trouble just, I don't know, 6 months ago. And then, like you said, I think Sergey came back.
World Series of Poker does have a variety of poker games. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. But the main event has always been No Limit Hold'em. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Is it the same pros? Like the same pros that win like the No Limit Hold'em? Are they the same pros in the other games? Or is it like completely different set of faces that like dominate the other ones kind of thing?
And that gave them a major shot in the arm, and they got more focused. And now they've launched what appears to be the best or one of the best models.
A competitive
But
product,
look, these other companies, there's a lot of leapfrogging going on.
I think really importantly, it's not just about Sergey coming back. It's about giving themselves permission to take risks. The reason Google didn't lead into AI for years, even though they had the technology stacks, is because they were nervous about cannibalization to search. They were nervous about the quality of the product. They didn't want to release things too early. And then they changed their posture and they became a more risk-taking posture. And that gave them the permission to run, which, by the way, I would argue is the opposite at OpenAI in the last couple months. I used to use advanced voice on ChatGPT all the time. I cannot stand it anymore. I do not use it. It has basically hedged away all of the value because it tries to be polite. It tries to make sure that it's giving you warnings all the time.
Yeah,
it doesn't want to give you data because it's scared that it might give you the wrong data. You can see it used to give you data all the time. I cannot get it to give me numbers anymore. I'm like, give me the numbers. And it just says these kind of high-level arching statements. And I'm like, that's not what I want. I went over to Gemini, it gave me the numbers. And I think that Google's willingness to take risk has really kind of highlighted the difference in posture in the last year. ChatGPT is now acting, and OpenAI has been acting like an incumbent, fearful of losing market share and fearful of getting attacked in the media and attacked by consumers for saying the wrong thing. And so they've taken this kind of defensive posture that I think has fundamentally damaged the product and the brand.
I'm just having a great time thinking about. I'm thinking about Freeberg yelling at his AI assistant in his car. It's like we need to make a short out of that. Keep going.
Well, just Google did one other important thing. I mean, in addition to Sergey, there was putting Demis Hassabis in charge of all of AI. Because before, I think he was just in charge of Google DeepMind. It was sort of a subset, and then they put him in charge of the overall. And I think that made a huge difference as well.
Yeah. And the pie is growing. So the number of searches, the number of queries is increasing dramatically. I think we'll have 20, 30 times the amount of queries being done because the answers are better.
It's not just queries. It's not just queries. This is my point. It's like more than you're not.
Mr. Vex, hello. How's your day so far? Not bad, pretty chill. How about you? We got a new streaming microphone. But the thing is, I need to restart my computer to plug this thing in and use it. And I was doing it like while I was already streaming, so I'm like, whatever, just do it tomorrow. Curious how that thing sounds. Other than that, pretty normal day. Now we're just kind of relaxing, getting ready for the weekend, listening to some podcasts, watching this thing move like a snail. How was yours?
Not using it to do search anymore, right? You're using it to watch video. You're using it to book flights.
Yeah, the agentic stuff. I'm putting that all together. So the amount of utility that you can get from it is so great that it's going to go 20x. The same thing's happening with ride sharing.
It's more than just search. It's the whole point. This has now become such an instrumental part of everything we do in our lives. And it's going to take over more of how we spend our time in our lives, that it's not just about search anymore. It's a whole new paradigm.
The pie will be 20 times bigger.
Let me ask you a better question. Do you think that OpenAI's sort of more conservative risk posture, do you think it's a function of the fact that whether by luck or design, they decided that the consumer market was sort of their core market? Whereas you look at something like Anthropic, right? And they've carved out enterprise. But if you're a consumer product, there's so many more things you have to address.
Yeah.
And you're going to be attacked in so many more different ways.
Yeah, and by being...
Go to my another green day. Reject up to 50% weekly pivot. What do you trade? I don't remember if I asked. What do you trade exactly? Most thing for a dedicated mic to place on my desk. Well, I mean, apparently this one is quiet. I don't know. We'll see if this other one makes a difference or not, but there's been some people that come in here saying that the mic sounds a bit odd. So we'll give this thing a go.
Being the market incumbent, it actually ended up creating a fantastic foil for Google, because they started getting all of the arrows and slings from the media about health advice and suicides and hallucinations and sending wrong information and all the risks and damage that causes. Meanwhile, everyone's laughing and joking about Google and ignoring them.
It was more than that. Remember last summer, there was the court case where the judge said that they were guilty of having the monopoly, and then he was going to rule on what the remedies were going to be. And I think that was in, what was it, September? And the judge said that during the summer, and then whenever it was that he ruled on the remedy, that they were existentially threatened in their search business, and so everything had changed.
Yeah, I mean,
and so the company didn't get broken up. Remember, they were thinking about whether to spin out
Chrome, YouTube, all these kind of.
So in a way,
no greater blessing has ever happened to Alphabet than OpenAI's rise. And I think that rise, not only did it create the foil for Google in the monopoly sense, but it also took the attention away from Google, focused it on OpenAI, and that attention fundamentally damaged OpenAI's strategic product capabilities, because they had to start to be so much more careful about what they said, how they said it, and it fundamentally damaged the product. And the opposite was happening at Google at the same time, which is Larry, Sergey, and Sundar being given permission by the board to take risk, to go hard, to figure this out, and boom, it's amazing how the horse race has changed.
Okay, we had an amazing time in Vegas. I want to thank our friends at the Venetian. You guys were the best hosts we could have ever imagined. What VIP treatment you gave the besties and our friends and partners. And we had a great interview with Molly Bloom from Molly's Game, the movie, etc. Thanks to our partners, Oracle, OKX, and the New York Stock Exchange for partnering with us on a very successful F1 weekend in Vegas. And we had a great lunch with Oracle. Congrats to them on Red Bull's big win in Vegas, and an amazing dinner with OKX, where my new bestie, Jose Andres, the chef, came from Bizarre Meats, and he cooked for us. He hung out with us. He played little cards with us. He's just a true gentleman and a mensch. I'm looking forward to hanging out with Jose Andres a little more in the future. All right, there's another thing that went on this weekend. Big tech story. And at the risk of being a little navel-gazing here, we're going to cover it. The New York Times versus Mr. David Sachs. On Sunday, the New York Times published an article titled, Silicon Valley's Man in the White House is benefiting himself and his friends. Sachs are obviously the man they're referring to. 5 reporters worked on the story for approximately 5 months, is what we hear. And the story attempted to frame you, Sachs, as conflicted. First, that your firm Kraft has investments in companies. New York Times key claim, quote, Mr. Sachs has positioned himself to personally benefit. He has 708 tech investments, including at least 449 stakes in companies with ties to artificial intelligence.
That's a lot. What the hell? Is
And
that true?
for background, Sachs, Elon, you all joined as special government employees, SGEs. These are different than cabinet members in a bunch of different ways. Basically, they can't work more than 130 days. They're allowed to split time between their day jobs in D.C. They don't have to be approved by the Senate, and they provide special expertise, as Mr. Sachs is doing as the czar of crypto and AI. Second major claim, raising the profile of All In. Quote, Mr. Sachs has raised the profile of his weekly podcast, All In, through his government role and expanded the business, which is super hilarious because I think our traffic peaked right before the election. But Sachs, obviously you got a ton of air cover. People thought the story was biased and a hit job, and it fell pretty flat. What's your take on this? Maybe take us behind the story.
Well, I think maybe a good place to start is with the reaction to it. Like you said, there was this huge outpouring of people in Silicon Valley who reacted in a way that showed that they understood that this story was a hit piece, that it was biased. And I'd say most importantly, it didn't even live up to its own headline. It didn't prove the thing that they were asserting in the headline. And so everyone could just see on its face that it was a hatchet job. And so everyone started reacting that way. And it was nice to kind of get that outpouring of support from so many different people in Silicon Valley, including many of the companies who we just talked about are so vigorously competing with each other. I mean, I think this might be the only thing that Sam and Elon have agreed on in the last year.
Yeah.
Didn't you tell everyone to put these tweets out? I mean, like,
right. So that was sort of the next
the
next big lie that the media tried to perpetrate, was somehow that this response was coordinated by me. No, and the
Which, by the
reality
way, was crazy because you told me explicitly, stand down, I don't need you to do it. And I was like, Leroy Jenkins. And I just went in and I was like, I'm tweeting about this bullshit.
No, I never told anyone to do anything except for you guys, and I told you guys not to react to it because I didn't want to Streisand the story, you know, where you basically draw even more attention to it.
Funnily enough, I was watching a video about that Leroy Jenkins, like it was like I don't even know what you would call the video. But it was like basically the story of like how the whole meme started and WoW. Like everyone knows, whatever, if you're familiar with the meme, you know. But then it followed like the life of stardom that set that guy on, and then like the eventual like fall of it in the end. It's just funny to watch that like literally a week ago, and then to hear this guy just shout this shit out on the podcast.
Be a plan, and then what happened is the story just went viral anyway because all of Silicon Valley reacted on their own in a grassroots and authentic way, because I think they were actually genuinely offended by how bad the story was, how ridiculous it was on its face. And so they reacted, and then that became the story. And so this whole coordinated narrative became, in a way, part of the media industry's cover up for itself, like their attempt to explain away why everybody thought that the story was so bad. Let me just say, I do think that this outpouring of support does illustrate something important, which is just how much power and respect the New York Times has lost. 10 years ago, if the New York Times ran a hit piece on somebody, even if other people didn't like it, they wouldn't want to say anything because they'd be afraid that they would be the next target. And that mystique and that fear has completely broken down. People can kind of see the New York Times for what it is, which is basically a bunch of political activists who are pretending to be reporters. And essentially they just launder the point of view of their anonymous sources, who are basically left-wing Democrats, and try to portray those viewpoints as somehow being neutral or objective truth, right? Because they're kind of presenting themselves as these neutral arbiters of the truth. And I think everyone can kind of see through that sham at this point.
Yes.
The thing they started with was the headline.
Yeah.
And that was the one thing they refused to change, no matter how many times we refuted their narrative. What they would do is every couple of weeks, they'd send us a new fact check, and we would basically debunk it. And we can show you some of those fact checks if you want to see them, to see where the story started, what they're trying to prove.
Yeah, let's do that. I think audience would really
And what would
enjoy it.
happen is every time we would debunk one of their accusations, they would just come back to us with a new one in every couple of weeks. The only fixed point in their reporting was this idea that I had to have these conflicts of interest that were benefiting myself.
That you were
and my friends.
self-dealing.
Yes,
Zach, let me ask
exactly.
you a question. So one of the statements that was made, and then Governor Newsom repeated it at Andrew Ross Sorkin's Dealbook conference yesterday, is that you did not put all of your investments into a blind trust. You should have done that, is what Newsom said on stage. Can you just address that? And what actions you actually took when you chose to take the office? What were you legally required to take? And maybe why you didn't do a blind trust, or maybe you did, I don't know.
Well, no, we looked at that.
Sorry, Zach, just give me a second.
What's a blind trust? A blind trust is a financial arrangement where assets are managed by an independent trustee with no input or knowledge from the beneficiary. Interesting.
I just want to say this because you're not going to say this yourself, but I remember when you were going through this, You were so concerned about the perception of a conflict of interest that you took such extraordinary measures about the degree at which you were selling things and getting rid of things to make sure that you could do the job cleanly and wholly. I watched you do this, and I watched you do something that I thought was so over the top. I'm like, holy shit, you really are doing this for the fucking country. And I was so shocked and surprised by it. And I just want to say that because I've observed it, and they still came out with this piece, which was so shocking to me given what you did.
So you guys know what I went through because I was LPs in some of your funds, and you know that I divested them, which you could argue was above and beyond the Call of Duty, but I was just trying to avoid any potential conflict. And that, I think, is the central lie of this piece. Not only is the piece not true, it's the anti-truth. Because the truth is that I divested hundreds of millions of dollars of positions in promising technology ventures at a substantial cost to my net worth. So not only is this job not benefiting me, it's actually cost me a lot of money to serve, but I did it because it's an honor to be asked by the president to serve, and it's something I wanted to do, and I thought I could make a difference. So the whole premise here is just false. And the New York Times, through its 5 months of investigations, knew this, but they just refused to budge on the premise of their story. Now, to your question here, if you look at one of the key paragraphs that, Jason, you mentioned, is when they try to mention that I have 449 investments tied to AI. And they say their investigation uncovered this, and some of their reporters on podcasts have tried to portray themselves as Woodward and Bernstein here having uncovered
how did they
these
get this crazy list of companies, I wonder?
I disclosed them. They didn't uncover them. I disclosed them. They're
So
in
they're
my
publicly
ethics
available
letter.
to everyone.
They're on the White House website in my ethics letter. So every government employee, whether you're a full-time or SG, files disclosures with the government, and my ethics letters basically contained these pages and pages of all these different positions. Now, in that ethics letter, they said that I had I'd initiated or completed divestment of over 99% of the positions that could pose a conflict for AI. And it's in there. And this is where I think, again, they were very deceptive, is it was the OGE, the Office of Government Ethics, the career civil servants, the lawyers, the accountants at OGE who approved that letter and all the contents of that letter, who reviewed all those disclosures. And they're the ones who concluded that I did not have any conflicts. So really, what the New York Times' beef is with the career civil servants at OGE.
Maybe walk us through what you actually did do. Why did you didn't do the blind trust and help us get the context there?
So on the blind trust, so it's kind of funny. One of the New York Times reporters was talking about this on a podcast, which is where I think Newsom picked it up from. My ethics lawyer, who teaches a course on conflicts of interest at Harvard, said that that reporter should really take his course because he would actually learn something about the conflicts laws. The blind trust idea is rarely used. And in my case, it would not have worked because I have minor children. You can only use a blind trust to have your kids be beneficiaries if they're adults. That's the way the conflict laws work. So it just wasn't even applicable in my case. And what I did instead of creating a blind trust is I divested the positions
at great
that
cost,
OGE
at a discount,
said were a conflict at a discount to their fair market value in the case of my LP interest in all these funds. I divested almost 100 funds that I had invested in, venture funds, things like that, angel funds, at roughly a 50% discount to their fair market value because
that's insane.
Because, well, they're private investments, right? And you know that selling an LP interest in a fund, there's no liquid market for that.
Yeah.
So in order to even find a buyer, you have to make it super attractive for them.
God.
And then I sold, XAI, I sold my interest in Grok, and those were all at substantial discounts to the next round, which has now taken place. So joining the government's not a money-making scheme. The simplest way for me to make more money would have just been to keep doing what I was doing.
Yeah.
Right.
Just go back to the 449. So again, they're kind of pretending like they did this unbelievable investigation, and they find the 449. Can you just put up this paragraph on the screen here? Because really, every sentence in this paragraph kind of reveals the sham of this story. Mr. Sachs has positioned himself to personally benefit. Not true. I mean, I was already an investor in all these companies, and I positioned myself to divest. Then it says I had 449 stakes in companies with ties to artificial intelligence. By the way, that whole phrase ties to is total journalism weasel words, because ties to can mean anything. And every company in the economy is going to have ties to artificial intelligence. And then they said could be aided directly or indirectly. That is not what a conflict of interest is. The standard is having a direct and predictable effect on an interest, not indirect. And there's nothing in that story that shows that I had a direct benefit.
This article has nothing to do with everything you guys just spent all this time talking about.
Okay.
There is nothing here. Okay. There was no crime here. There's no smoke here. There's no fire here. What you did get right, though, is the headline was the goal. And what is the goal of that headline? The goal of that headline is to insinuate and to pressure Sachs, but subtly it's to pressure everyone else that looks like Sachs. Now, what does it mean to look like Sachs? It's not just about Republican folks. This could be a Democratic person as well in the future. You're in industry, you know something very specific, you've done very well applying that knowledge. Now, all of a sudden, you're in a position where you could go and positively impact the trajectory of the United States. You're asked by the then sitting president of the United States to do something. What this article does is it tries to intimidate those kinds of people to say, wow, this is not worth it. This is just too much of a headache. The whole point was the headline. And the whole point was to get enough chatter about the headline so that people like Sachs and then other people in the future just say, you know what, I'm
worth
not
it.
going to try this. And what do they want instead? What they want instead are people that they can work with very closely and ultimately co-opt. If you look at people like Zoran Mamdani, who's beloved by the New York Times, or if you look at Lena Khan, who's beloved by the New York Times as well, what's the through line? It's a total and complete lack of experience. And so what you're creating is essentially a very simple litmus test. If you have experience, we're going to paint you as conflicted, so stay away. But if you're completely inexperienced and have no experience whatsoever, have never done anything, and you're probably going to screw it up, but at least you'll be in our pocket, we'll work with you. And so we will leave you alone. That is the point of this article, and that is what is on trial here. And I think what we all need to do is understand that simple thing and push back on it. Not just if you're a Republican, but also if you're a Democrat, because there are tons of really smart people on both sides that will eventually be asked to do something for the United States, and you need to ignore the idiots at the New York Times and do it.
How big is this
Yeah, this is
newspaper?
well
I mean, I don't live in the U.S. Like, how big is this shit? What are the biggest newspapers in the U.S.? Oh, it's the first one? Goddamn. The Wall Street Journal, New York Times, USA Today, and the Washington Post. Interesting. I mean, it seems like in the age of social media, most people have come to realize a lot of this news is just a bunch of biased shit half the time. And like leveraging the vague usage of English language to like postulate certain ideas without flat out saying it, so you can like have wiggle room to say that, oh, I didn't actually say that.
Said, and was going to be the point I was going to make as well, which is we're setting up two worlds. Do you want to have
Otherwise,
experts?
you will only you'll only have inexperienced morons
Even
in the government.
worse, even worse.
How
You're gonna
does that
have-
help?
It doesn't. And it's such a good point, Jamal. We have a choice right now. Do we want to have lawyers and academics with no experience in the real world setting policy in Washington, D.C.? Or do you want to have experts? Do you want more Mike Bloomberg? Do you want more Jeff Bezos, more David Sachs, more Bessent, also a Democrat, Lutnick, also previously a Democrat? We want the smartest people in Washington, D.C. That's what the founders wanted. The founding fathers of this country wanted people to do short stints. We want short stints. We don't want career politicians like Nancy Pelosi or, Mitch McConnell in there for 30, 40, 600 years. Like literally these people are look like zombies in Washington, D.C. They're glitching out. We want people in the prime of their careers to go in there, Chamath, like you're saying, and kick ass for us for 4 or 8 years and then come back. By the way, everybody benefits when you go to Washington, D.C. and you make some connections. Of course, when the Clintons left office, what did they do? Clinton Foundation, book deals, Obama's, book deals, Netflix deals. Everybody gets a little shine when they come out. That's natural when you come out. But we want the best and brightest there. It's a gift that you went there, Sachs. It's a gift.
I think, yeah.
We can debate all these issues. And yes, civil servants should be under scrutiny, whether it's Lena Khan or you, Sachs. People should be held to account for anything they're doing. You did it right. You went above and beyond. And now they're trying to punish you, and they're trying to dissuade the next group of great Americans from going there.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
There are two quotes from Thomas Jefferson I'll just read because I think it's actually very important. He said in a letter in 1788, I apprehend that the total abandonment of the principle of rotation in the elected offices will end in abuse. And then he also later said in 1809, nature intended me for the tranquil pursuits of science, which is what he was into, by rendering them my supreme delight. But the enormities of the times in which I have lived have forced me to take a part in resisting them and to commit myself on the boisterous ocean of political passions. The founding fathers, to your point, J. Cal and Chamath, were vehemently committed to the United States being a free market, being a place where people could pursue with absolute liberty their interests in business, in science, in life. And the action of political office, of getting elected to a political office, was out of a requirement to serve, out of civil service, service to this country, service to the nation, and service to the enablement of the freedoms that allow us to do the things that we choose and want to do. And if you look at the wealth that's been accumulated by these career politicians, it is no surprise that they are attacking Sachs and Bessent and Lutnick and Kelly Loeffler and all of these other elected or appointed officials in this government who have had success in private life and who have chosen, out of a commitment to patriotism, to spend their time rather than making money in private life. They have enough money, but to try and get the government and the country on the track that they hope it will go on. And I think that that is the key difference between those who see this article for what it is and those who read it to reaffirm their, I would say, violent opposition to what is this current administration and the challenge that's ahead. So I think it's a real Rorschach test when you read these articles and you look at Sachs and others in this administration and the choices that they've made to say, are they doing it to grift or are they doing it because they don't need to grift?
Let me just also say this. Proof is in the pudding. If we send experts to Washington, D.C., if you look at Sachs's early track record, you got the stablecoin stuff done. We just talked about how competitive the AI market is. We talked about building more energy. This, and again, I disagree with a lot of the things in the Trump administration. The thing I don't disagree with, and I fully endorse, is the experts and the great job they're doing. Howard Lutnick's crushing it. You're crushing it. All these regulations that you've gotten done early and often are making crypto legal, a legal framework for crypto, which, by the way, the last two administrations, the 45th and the 46th, didn't get done. You got it done in 6 months, right? There's already a track record here. If you send experts, they'll get expert done on time, on startup speed. So, let's talk about the results as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, they don't want the results. I mean, they consider the results to be a negative, and what they're trying to do is criminalize policy disagreements. That's really what's going on. Now, at one point, my comms person who was dealing with the New York Times asked them, what friends are you talking about? Like, what friends did he benefit? And they couldn't name a specific one. I think this is why they mentioned All In Tequila and the All In Summit, because I think maybe they're trying to portray you guys as the friends who benefited. Somehow we sold more tequila.
Say Summit.
Let me just say one thing on All In. We can't get speakers to come on the show because of the association with the Trump administration. We lost money on that event in June that I spent 12 days of my life working on. It was a pain in my ass. There was no personal benefit to us for any of this shit. There's no grifting going on. It's honestly a pain in the ass. We do it for Sachs because he wanted us to help him out with putting that event on.
And
so
we
did
lost
it as
Sachs. Now you're part-time on the show.
We lost
you're
Sachs,
here half-time.
Yeah.
From the get-go, it was a non-profit event. We did not sell tickets. We gave them all away for free. If we wanted to make money, you sell tickets. We didn't do that.
We had two sponsors that put money in to help defray the cost because we spent like $1 million+ on this thing. They got their logo on the video, not even in the live event. It was just on the video when we put it on YouTube, which was our way of...
Let's move on. Disgraziad to the New York Times.
But there's no benefit to All In.
There's no benefit to All In. And the fact that they had to throw that
it's
in...
Been a show if you ask me, but yeah.
I concur.
It's because they kitchen sink this thing to try and create the illusion that there was something there.
All right, what does it make sense, right? These guys are like fucking billionaires. Who the fuck would they give a fuck about a podcast?
Take over the show because we're all hot under the collar and we all know you're doing a great job there. We want more experts. The job description is to have us win AI.
Yes. That's what they're accusing me of, is basically doing my job.
Congratulations. You did a great job. And now we're going to lie about you in the New York Times.
But you're friends with Jensen Huang, and now Jensen can sell chips.
Oh my God. Do you want to show the fact check? It's so crazy.
It's
Pull
crazy.
up the fact check.
This guy is the CEO of the largest company in the world.
He's been
selling chips for years. Yeah.
He's been meticulously designing these chips for 30 years.
For gamers.
Before Sachs could even spell H100, he had made them.
For gamers. He was making video game cards 20 years ago.
Okay, wait. I got to show this example of how dishonest they are. So they would send us these fact checks every couple of weeks. Okay.
Okay, so here's the real email, Sachs. They were sending you bullet points after bullet points. This section starts at bullet point number 33. It's obviously one of many emails you got.
What they do in these fact checks is they basically take the story that they're planning to write and just break it up into chunks. And then they give you like 24 hours to respond to each sentence or paragraph and say whether you agree or disagree with it and give you the chance to make a statement. That's what a fact check is. So this is the story they were planning on writing, which is in the spring, Sachs had dinner with NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang in Washington. They discussed several foreign export issues. During the dinner, Sachs heard a convincing counter-argument that selling American chips to rivals, including China, will get those nations hooked on U.S. tech. Sachs then took that argument to the White House and pushed officials to eliminate binary restrictions, et cetera, et cetera. There's just one problem with this narrative. There was no such dinner. We checked my schedule.
They made up the dinner.
No, we checked everyone's schedules. There was no dinner. So they've got a source who's just making this up. And how does the New York Times respond? They just delete the dinner, but they don't delete any other part of this. But if your source has already been caught fabricating a dinner at which this conversation supposedly took place, it's totally discredited.
They're trying to intimidate you.
They kind of create this insinuation that somehow I'm being influenced through friendships. But then it turns out that those friendships don't even exist. I mean, they're just people I met after I joined the administration in a lot of cases. So in any event, look, I think the audience of the show knows my views on AI because I've been publicly advocating for them for the past year.
And you've had scrutiny. We ask you hard questions every week here. We bust your chops and force you to explain these positions. And we stress test them with you, and the audience stress tests them. That's like a gift to the American people.
And I think it's very hard for people to contemplate the idea that folks who are significantly wealthy don't actually need to self-deal. Like, they just don't need it. And the truth is, the folks who are trying to build a career in politics are the ones who are necessarily going to self-deal, because that's the path to wealth for them. And if you've already found your path to wealth, you don't need to self-deal. And I think it's just so hard for people to grok that.
Yeah. It's hard to understand that somebody is losing a massive amount of money serving their country. I, for one, thank you for losing all of his money and going and serving the country. I'm very proud
Even
of
if
what
people
you're doing.
don't agree with your politics, even if I don't agree with everything you say or do, Sachs, again, I never doubt your integrity and your intentions. 100%. And I never once thought that you would be someone who would ever self-deal or engage in any sort of grift or corruption. And I'll say that just personally, having known you for a very long time.
Great round.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm mad at you because you didn't sell me everything at 50% discount.
Yeah, how come I
That's
didn't
the
get a
first
chance
time
at
I
this?
heard it.
Yeah.
I was,
Are
oh
we
my
gonna
God.
fire sale? You
I've
having
been
a
so
estate sale?
angry this whole clip thinking, what? What?
Where was my call?
Oh my
Yeah.
God. I would have given you 55%. Give it to me. I would have bought it.
Another story that's been trending is the new poverty line and some of these incoming tax laws. Mike Green, an investor and fund manager, went viral last week for claiming the U.S. poverty line math is very wrong. Historically, the poverty line has been measured as 3 times the cost of a minimum food diet in 1963, adjusted for inflation. Based on that measures, the poverty line for a family of 4 is set at $31,000 in 2025. Green says the real number is over 4x higher at $140,000. He gets that number by factoring the cost of childcare, which has surpassed housing as the largest average expense. He says measuring this number for decades has quietly broken America, and it could explain why America's middle class feels poor despite healthy GDP and historically low unemployment, 4.x, which we've talked about here. Chamath, your thoughts?
I read this. I found his claim to be pretty shocking. So I wanted to dig into it. That's why I asked that we talked about it. Nick, you can probably link to it. But yeah, this thing went viral. And basically, it's exactly what you said, Jason. Food costs used to be a third of living costs. And so food used to cost $10,000. You would multiply it by 3 and say, well, the total cost of living is $33,000. That's the poverty line. And then what the government did was they created a whole bunch of staircase incentives to get people from about 33,000 to about 2x that number, to about 65,000. And then after that, you were mostly on your own, where there were no real benefits like SNAP or other things. But what this person was saying is like, hey, hold on a second. Food costs are now 5 or 6%. And so if you gross it up for the other components, shouldn't the poverty line be something closer to 140K? And that's a shocking claim. And so I just spent a little bit of time looking into it. Now, he has subsequently come back and refined some of the things he said. I think he may have written it in a heated moment. So for example, when he looked at that number, he wasn't looking at national averages. He was looking at a bunch of data from a high-cost suburb of New York City. I think it was like Essex County. And so if you look at the food costs plus transportation, plus energy, plus housing, plus childcare in other places that are more a median American city, the example that I think other people were using was Lynchburg, Virginia, just as an example. It does change pretty drastically. You can use this thing called the MIT living wage calculator, which we did. And if you are in Lynchburg, Virginia, the income required for a family of 4 to meet all expenses there is not 140K, but it's about 93K. That's still quite a big difference. And when you double click into where these variances come, a lot of it looks like it's around housing and childcare. And I didn't appreciate how much and how expensive childcare has actually become, from anywhere between $1,000 to $3,000 per month, which is obviously a lot of money. The other thing is that his original article was claiming that if you're above 33K but under 65K, you're actually better off staying at 33, because every time you go up, you actually lose a benefit. So the net effect is that you are becoming poorer. And it turns out that that math was actually false. When you calculate the net resources, meaning income plus benefits minus taxes and expenses, a family actually, as they step up the staircase, does earn more in disposable resources than a family that's earning less. There is a very specific part of what he said, which I think we should focus on, which is there is an area between $45,000 a year and $63,000 a year, which actually looks like a bit of a stagnation zone. So to the extent that one is to read this article, take away the kind of the buzzy title and whatnot, the thing that is important is to narrowly focus on this one issue, which is that we do have some policy failures in this zone, where earning an extra dollar often results in losing a dollar of benefits like SNAP and other things. But that's a good thing to know, because now we can narrowly say, okay, what are states and what can the federal government do for people in just this part of the valley, this sort of like Death Valley? The last thing is, the article was saying, look, there is no real middle class. There are the people that are above 140K, and then there's everybody else in poverty. And if you look at the census data and you look at the percentage of Americans that are struggling, those that earn between 100 and 200% of poverty, that percentage has actually fallen. So the good news is the American economy seems to be doing a good job of not just getting people out of poverty, but getting people out of that struggling bracket, out of that Death Valley, and into a place where they're making 200% of that poverty line. So they're moving up. So the article was important because I do think it starts to say, look, this affordability thing has become a buzzword. A lot of people on the left and the right are using it to try to implement and affect policy. It's really important for us to be grounded in the facts of it. And the facts are that childcare costs have become an overwhelming burden for many families. We probably need to figure out a way to deal with that. Housing costs are out of control. For younger people, student debt is problematic. But on the other side, the American economy still does an incredible job of getting people from those lower rungs to multiple 100 percentages of that poverty line to get them on the way. And we just need to figure out how to push people up that staircase faster. So,
and it feels like this dovetails, Chamath, with a discussion we had a couple of weeks ago when a viral clip of Ben Shapiro talking about, hey, just opt out of New York City, opt out of San Francisco. And this whole thing looks completely different. You know, the idea of somebody who is up and coming living in Manhattan or San Francisco is a bit crazy. And in other countries, we don't look at living in Paris or Hong Kong.
No, that is true.
you know,
I will
or
say
Dubai
that,
as
right? Like, at least for like the older generations here, like most people in Canada were like immigrants. Like their family moved from somewhere else to be here. And like people now are like so hesitant to move, right? Like if where they are does not suit their needs, like they don't want to move. And they complain about where they're living. Whereas like people of past generations, that's what they fucking did. They literally got up and moved to wherever they needed to move to get shit done. So quite the interesting mind shift in that regard over the years.
That's where you start your career and you live in the city center. Yeah, Friedberg?
You're saying people like
one of my friends I used to work with, like he was complaining about the cost of living, and I asked him where he wanted to live. And he named like one of the most expensive areas in the city, and he's like, oh, I want to be next to like my favorite coffee shop and blah blah blah. I'm like, bro, this is not like a fucking fairy tale. Like, you live where you can, right? You don't deserve to live in the exact perfect location you want, right? If you work hard enough to get it and afford it, then so be it. But if not, then that's how life works, you know. Don't always get your way for everything you want.
I'm not sure I understand.
The point I'm making is to define a poverty line for in San Francisco versus Austin or Houston is incredibly different because the cost of living is dramatically different. 2, 3, 4x. You know, the cost of a nanny in San Francisco or New York is dramatically different than if you live 30 outside of a city center.
One of the challenges America faces is government programs create an anchor. They are a shackle. They hold people back when they're supposed to be support payments. And the problem with this that this article highlights is that the supposed support payments actually create an incentive or a challenge in moving up the rung or up the ladder. It's probably the case that it is a lot easier to move up the income ladder if you're in certain parts of the country than if you're in most of the country. And so most of the country is stagnating wages, but they still feel the effects of inflation. And these government programs keep them stuck in the position that they're in. This is the spiral of socialism. The government programs that are meant to provide support to people require an increase in taxation. That revenue has to come from somewhere. That taxation ultimately leads to an attrition of economic value in that region. And then you have to increase taxation more, and then you end up in the spiral. And we're seeing this now, not just in New York, where Mamdani is proposing to increase taxes, but across the entire West Coast. We talked about the 5% billionaire tax that's being proposed as a constitutional amendment to go on the ballot in November. There's also a major challenge underway in Oregon where the governor is now trying to figure out how to keep businesses in the state. The CEO of Columbia Sportswear, one of the biggest employers in the state, came out this week saying that his advisors have recommended that he leave the state. And in Washington, there's a proposed bill right now to implement a 5% tax on the payroll of employees making over $125,000 per year. And Microsoft, Amazon, Costco, and some of the other big employers in that state are now trying to figure out what they should do. And in California, as you guys know, in the last couple of quarters, Tesla, Chevron, McKesson, Oracle, Charles Schwab, CB Richard Ellis, Hewlett Packard have all left the state. Palantir, SpaceX, I could go down this list. Because as the tax burden becomes too high on those companies and there's an alternative to them in the country, they'll leave. And then you have this spiral that happens where the people that are in that state say, wait a second, there's no jobs, there's no income gain, we need to increase taxation, and the tax bills get passed. Norway, 2022, passed a wealth tax. The wealth tax was supposed to raise $146 million of incremental revenue per year. Instead, what happened? $54 billion of net worth left the country, and they actually had a $448 million tax loss. The taxes declined rather than
Did they reverse it afterwards or no?
I'm actually not sure of the state of Norway. Microsoft's president, Brad Smith, has said that tech jobs are going to leave Washington state if this payroll tax gets passed. And this is the cycle that's underway. And it starts with the government spending. If we didn't have the government spending the way it does, where the government's running a deficit, California is now expected to have a $50 billion plus deficit, then they don't need to increase taxes. And this is the core motivation. Once you're hooked on the government for some sort of benefit, it's very hard to unhook yourself. It's very hard for a company or a union or an organization to unhook themselves. And it definitionally becomes a spiral. You will not give up that benefit. And so you have to spend incrementally more and more and more and more. And as you raise taxes, you end up losing the tax base and it becomes a deficit spiral. That's what leads to socialism. And we've seen it time and again. It's not a big revolution. It's not like we see where you go from socialism to democratic capitalism, where you have a revolution in the streets. Socialism emerges slowly. It's like a quiet sort of hum, and then it becomes a roar, and all of a sudden you're a frog in a pot and you don't realize you're being boiled. Pull this up, this clip this is episode 7 of All In. I don't think democracies end with a bang. I think they end with a whimper. And I think that's been the case historically. And, no democracy has lasted. Our democracy in the U.S. has lasted longer than many. Democracies ultimately enable freedom of operation and free markets that result in greater progress than any other governing system. The problem with progress is that progress is asymmetric. You have some people who progress at a much greater rate than most. And it is that delta that motivates the end of that system ultimately. While everyone in the United States, or the average and even the bottom quartile of the population in the US, is better off than they were 50 years ago in terms of income and healthcare and shelter and access to food and access to all these things, the top 1% of the US is further ahead than the median. And it is that delta that motivates the end of democracy, and it is which is then perceived to be unfair about this governing system.
True.
And that ultimately results in fascism or socialism.
True.
And then socialism ultimately restricts anyone from progression, and that's why fascism and socialism ultimately end up in some sort of democratic outcome. And it is a cycle, and we're kind of in this awkward phase of trying to figure out what the hell we're going to be next. And I don't think that awkward phase is realized in the next presidential term, but it is going to be realized in our lifetime. And I think that's where we're headed. Midterms probably going to go to the Democrats in the House. And I think you're seeing Ro Khanna. Gavin Newsom yesterday on stage at DealBook talked about redistributing wealth. Ro Khanna is talking about redistributing wealth. This is becoming the Democrat party line. And they're going to end up trying to seize this moment to take these socialist principles, because everyone is feeling the burn. They're feeling the loss of benefits. They're feeling the lack of progress. They're having a tough time moving up the income ladder, and they're having a tough time paying their bills. And so this is the moment where this democratic socialist movement takes foot. And probably by 2028, the presidential nominee is going to be not necessarily a self-declared, but probably a referenceable, socialist.
Democrat socialist. Yeah,
Democrat socialist.
I mean, best advice, have 2 plans. One, a state that is committed to capitalism. Texas comes to mind. And number 2, you kind of have to have a country as a backup plan in case this goes across the whole country. Have you guys been tracking the California wealth tax? As a former California resident, I'm curious how you're interpreting these recent moves.
I think we're all seriously thinking about moving out. I mean, it's kind of crazy. But did you see, I think Newsom came out and said that he was going to oppose it. Is that right?
But it doesn't matter, because if the California voters voted in, it goes immediately into effect.
It's an amendment.
Let's not look a gift horse in the mouth here. I think this is a moment to thank Governor Newsom for representing the interests of tech oligarchs like us. We really appreciate you coming out against this wealth tax.
Thank you.
So thank you, Governor.
Yes,
we really appreciate it. On behalf of all the tech oligarchs, thank you for opposing this wealth tax.
In fact, the All In podcast endorses Gavin Newsom's support of billionaires and centimillionaires everywhere. He supports all of us equally, even the poor centimillionaires, and as high as the billionaires, and even the decabillionaires who we have.
Thank you for standing up against the Bernie Sanders AOC wing of the party.
Yes, somebody has to stand up against this democratic socialism, and Gavin Newsom's the guy.
What do you think happens if they just tax 5% of all net worth, and you have a bunch of illiquid private assets? What are you supposed to do?
Chaos.
Yeah, it's going to be a mess. By the way, what that bill, Chamath, says is you can have a deferral. So you can actually defer the tax payment, but you have to have it booked that year. So
you can defer it, but you can defer it into 1/5 payable for a year for 5 years. So that's not really a deferral. That's just installments. I think they said to 5 to 7% interest.
The thing is, like, I don't know why people think this is gonna work, right? Like, this is not like the fucking 1800s where like you're just stuck in a country with your company because like the manufacturing and like the goods come from there, and it's like just an incredible hassle to get it anywhere else. Like, we live in an age now where any company, like, any employee can just say, "You want to raise the taxes? Bet I'm out of here." Hold that fucking L. And you've seen it happen multiple times, right? Like, they were just mentioning the Norway thing. The same thing happened in the UK. Same thing's happening in other countries in Europe. Even in Canada, it's happening, right? The people, anyone I know, they increased the capital gains tax law here, and literally anyone I know that has any significant amount of wealth has gotten citizenship in other countries, and they keep most of their wealth offshores now. So
we could do a financing for something that we've started, but it just all of a sudden, what is a financing? It's nothing. It's somebody's guess about future value. It has nothing to do with today's value, right? But if a financing for a company all of a sudden would trigger a bunch of phantom tax that's due.
That's right.
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't have money sitting around to pay 5% of an imputed valuation of a company that I'm in the midst of building.
And look at what Zach just talked about. He had to sell his private assets at a 50% discount.
Oh, I would have to exactly. So you create this like negative reflexive
That's right.
downward spiral.
And it doesn't stop there. So think about where this goes. So yes, that's a problem for rich people. Great. No one gives a shit about us. No one gives a shit about people that have to sell highly valued private stock. But where does this go? In the proposed billionaire tax, it actually gives power and authority to the California state legislature that they can actually redo this wealth tax at a different level and a different rate in the future. Think about what that does. It now gives property seizure rights to the California state legislature to set a value level. So anyone now that's got over 100 million net worth, and then it becomes over 10 million, and then anyone with $1 million net worth, and the state can take 5% of your assets every year. Very quickly, it becomes the process by which socialism and the socialization of assets that gets seized by the government is realized.
So what's the bulwark on this?
This is why I've been saying for years, this is the direction we're headed, because the fundamental...
I give you the victory. Congrats.
But the root cause of it is government spending.
I think it's pretty straightforward. You just move to a state that is committed to capitalism, and
but then it becomes a federal issue, JKL.
And then if that doesn't work, you're going to need to have an escape hatch to Dubai.
We have a problem in this country, and the problem is too much progress. Too much progress, too fast, has led to a distribution of capital that is so asymmetric that Gavin Newsom said on stage yesterday, 10% of the population own 2/3 of the assets. That may or may not seem right to you, but that is the reality of what happens when you have progress, when you build technology companies, when you build car companies,
or when America
you build
wins.
AI,
when America wins globally.
You say America, but it's not all Americans. And this is the point. This is what's going on.
Yeah.
Those of us who are on this Zoom and our cohort of friends are the ones who have mostly benefited from America, quote, winning. The rest of America has been left behind.
True.
And the mechanism for recapture, the mechanism for restoration of equality, as everyone views it, is these measures, these voting measures.
Let me
these
give you two
elected
counters. Let me give you two. I understand that's how people feel. And it is true that we have this disparity of wealth. I think the counter argument that most people would make is, well, what is our unemployment rate? How many people around the world are trying to get into this country? And what is the status of folks coming up in this country? If we didn't have the problem with housing and education and healthcare, those are the big three. That's what I think this is really about. If you solve housing, which was solved in Texas and Florida and Nevada, they let you build supply. People don't feel as bad about their lot in life. They don't feel as bad about their progress. If we solve tuition and we paired it like we've talked about countless times here, and the loans matched the outcomes, we would not have this. And if people didn't feel the fear of going bankrupt from healthcare, I think we would have a much different country. I think that's what the referendum is going to be in 2028, is those three issues. If you're going to be president, you got to solve housing and get people out of the way and build housing stock. Number two, you got to give some people some basic health care so they don't feel they're going to get bankrupt. Number three, they got to fix education. Those are the three horsemen of the apocalypse and socialism. In my opinion, solve those three collectively, we will solve this problem.
I think you're too rational. The way politics works is you find a group to blame and you blame them, and that's how you get elected.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll run for fucking president.
The group to blame is going to be the tech and the elite.
You're the
and
only
rich.
one of the four of us that can. So
well, I got a kitchen cabinet, by the way. We'll run it as a Fantastic Four. I'll be the figurehead, and then we'll just sit there. Let's solve these three problems. When I run for president, I'm going to start 10 new cities with 1 million houses in each. That's going to be the number one priority. Number two priority is universal healthcare for everybody using technology, GLPs, Daniel X, 3D scanner, Pronovo, whatever. And then number three, just trade schools. Let's make trade schools free. We just talked about electricians. We talked about Generation Tool Belt. Let's make trade schools free, or make them $20,000. You can pay it back over 20 years, $1,000 a year, no interest. Come up with that. That's the platform that wins versus let's raise taxes to 60%. Because you raise taxes to 60%, I'll tell you what's going to happen. People are going to retire and stop investing in companies. It's not worth it to go to work and give 60 or 70% of your outcome to the government. People just stop working, which is what happened in Europe. People are just like, screw it, I'll just be rich. I'll stop investing.
It sucks, man. I think it sucks.
I think there's a clear path out. There is a clear path out. Solve the three big problems.
I think AI is a path. If it leverage into the hands of every person in the United States, in the world, if we get abundant free energy through new energy systems, and if we can extend human lifespan and health span, I think those are the three abundance vectors. And if those three vectors hit, I think all bets are off, and we can get out of this nasty spiral. But I do think we have the choice every day. Do we want to go into the Enlightenment, or do we want to go into the Dark Ages? I keep saying that.
Let's solve those three big problems. All right, listen, another amazing episode of the All In Podcast.
I think JKL just announced he's running for president.
I'm going to ask PresidentJason.com. Go ahead.
Is Jeff Bezos going to be your running mate, JKL?
He did say
Bezos could be your VP.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, Jamie Dimon and Bezos.
Absolutely. Go to boosted.oholo.com if you want to buy merch. I got this great pink hat on boosted.oholo.
I love the pink hat. Oh man, yeah. We're also vested in your success when you didn't allow any of us to invest in your company. Thanks, Bestie. Yeah, we all feel so vested. I supported Freebird for the last 5 years, made him famous, and all I got was an Oholo hat. How about you, Chimwa?
You got a quarter of the equity.
You got a hat?
And I invested in his 3 companies that failed. But I have no Oholo share. Can you just give us 10 bips each in Oholo so we can end this?
No. I'll take a hat. I'll take it for you.
You'll take the hat or 10 bips? How about 5 bips and a hat?
I'll take a hat.
I'll give you some advice. Don't tell people you're running for president. That's my tip. For you.
I'm being facetious. Could I get a parking? Do you have
Okay,
a mug?
gentlemen, I gotta go. Love you. Take care.
All right, everybody. Love you, besties. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Interesting. I mean, can't say I cared a lot for the whole New York Times thing, but interesting. I should probably go put my laptop to charge and probably do a juice box and get out here pretty soon. I need to charge my phone too. Damn. Harris Kamal, hey Marcos, how are you? Not bad, just figuring out this like trading shit basically, like margin trading, equities, so on and so forth. How are you? I'm gonna charge my laptop. Alright, I have an exam tomorrow at 9. It's pretty busy. Oh yeah, it's exam season. What exam is that? I forgot about exam season. Did I just close that tab? Oh, fuck. Digital mapping and principles of cartography. Interesting. I didn't realize there was a whole course for that. Cause like I don't know, we learned about something similar, but like it was in an algorithms course, how the Google Map works and like does optimal routing and so on and so forth. This seems interesting though. This isn't part of CS. Part of my other major, GIS. What does that stand for again? The Global Information System or something? A Geographic Information System. Yeah, one of my friends does this. He like goes and works like a mining company, and they go like kind of know what the correct word is. Like essentially go do analysis on like potential mining sites, kind of thing. Supply TS and geography using satellites, remote sensing, etc. Seems interesting. Also like an industry that has like a lot of potential future in Canada, because we do have like a shit ton of natural resources that we're just doing nothing with. Plus, in his case, he gets to travel a lot, like via his work. That's a pretty cool crypto company too. What is it? It's like Geode, right? Geode. What happened to these people? It's not the most terrible of charts, I suppose. Like essentially what they do is apparently like when you're using GPS systems and it comes to like really precise tracking of GPS on the Earth's surface, so like let's say you want to have like a lawnmower mowing your lawn using GPS, like you can't do it effectively because like a lot of like the atmospheric interference fucks with the GPS signal like a little bit too much, that like you lose the precision required to do such tasks. And this Geode company, it's a D-pin network. It's like Helium for your phone. But what they do is like they gave people like little mini devices like satellites that they put around like like you put one in your house facing the sky, and so does everyone else that owns it. And it feeds like atmospheric weather to the network that can like fine tune the GPS to enable it to do these like precise tasks. And it's actually used like that company has like a lot of actual like valid use cases in like the farming industry and whatnot. It's really cool to learn about when I was researching that thing. Token not looking too hot. I guess in no alts are. At least they have like a real world use case and actual revenue. Even lots of opportunities overseas, like Aramco prefers CS students type of background. Yeah, that too. That too. Let's kind of check out their website actually. Is anything change on here? Interesting. They seem pretty active actually. The website's like still pretty active, like constantly updated and whatnot. We're up to $7 million a year now in recurring revenue. Interesting. Bum, 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 bum. What time is it? Midnight. Have time to do a juice box and get out of here. Probably gonna set up this microphone actually. I'll restart my computer after this and see if this microphone works or not. Maybe we'll have a new microphone next time we stream. Where's this thing? Where's my trading? Oh. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna be too particularly interesting, to be honest. What is this? 899 to 902. Well, I mean, first and foremost, it's the weekend, right? So, like, are we going to be expecting any kind of moves up to these regions or down here? Probably not. Also, FOMC on Wednesday, so, like, don't be surprised if, like, the market just grind to a halt for the next 2 days, like, when they resume on Monday on top of it. But we might see some weekend volatility, right? So I suppose we might as well be prepared. Like, realistically, like, it's going to be flipping this, like, level, right? The first red box. A bit late to get into long if you didn't take like the single print cleaning on like perps and whatnot. Or you're just getting filled using the fib. Cool guy 1411. What's up? Not much. Just kind of yapping about trading. What's up with you? To the downside. Another thing to look at actually. 915. 878. Interesting. Okay, this low level might get actually go over the weekend. Like the golden pocket region down there. That's not that far, and there's like a big ass cluster of like high leverage liquidations right there. Like right at the golden pocket basically. 878, like right on the single print. Okay, yeah, interesting. This is definitely finishing this zone is definitely pretty interesting. Where's the new mic? So right here. Right here. But I came home from the gym and plugged this thing in after I started streaming to set it up. But you need to restart your computer to like use the software to like do the rest of the process, I guess. At that point I was already streaming, so I'm like, whatever, fuck it. Fuck it.
credit that wasn't mine. I don't guess I trace design. Still too high, still too sharp, still
Like we'll just say clean, single prints at the golden pocket on the high leverage liquidation cluster. Am I seeing that better audio now? Apparently, I don't know. The thing is, like, to me, when I watch the streams back, it seems fine. And when I press like right now, I have like the chat open with like, the stream, right? And if I unmute it, like it's not the loudest, I suppose, but it's not like deathly quiet either. Like it's not the loudest, I suppose, but it's not like deathly quiet either. But we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, everyone says the same thing. Like multiple people have said it's quiet, so I was like, fuck it, alright. You guys are gonna keep bitching at me. Buy a new mic, goddamn. Goddamn. Volume just fluctuates depending on part of the stream. Well, part of it's definitely like how close this thing is to my mouth, because like if I get up and go do something and then come back, it's not on the same spot or the same angle. Also, there's times where I'm talking louder than other times. I'm really tired. I'm not like as high energy going crazy. That's the other thing too, right? I'm usually streaming at night, but at that point I'm like tired, so I'm not as energetic. I'm sitting here like slouched like a fucking fat ass being lazy. We'll see, hopefully this thing works. The other thing about it is that I need to get a boom for it. I didn't get one yet. Because I don't know how it's going to sound. But once we get one, then yeah, we'll get a boom and hook it up somewhere and kind of just start yapping in the mic. What mic is it? I don't know, whatever we found on ChatGPT, researching it yesterday. The Elgato Wave 3. Apparently it's like the best USB one that you can buy. But if not, then I need to switch it to what are they called? Like an XLR mic, like the Shure SMB or whatever the model is, I don't know. But that's like a whole other dilemma, because it needs to have like a mixer with it as well. So I was like, okay, let me get just like a USB thing first. And see if it works fine. And if not, then we'll get one of the other ones. Nice, I bought a boom arm last week. Yeah, it feels bad. I could have bought this on Black Friday and like probably saved money. I paid like full price for this shit. But whatever, whatever. Hold on, let's finish this thing real quick and then we'll just kind of yap about whatever. Yeah, this move's definitely in the cards. But also the lower levels, right, that we talked about yesterday, these are all like in the cards too, so don't get like too carried away, because you might end up like nuking over the weekend. It is possible. I suspect no, but... And to the upside, it's flipping this box, right? Like right now we have like a poor high up here. We might just like tap this and come down. But if we don't, or if we flip this kind of zone and start going, then like that's going to be it. I'm like flipping yesterday's VWAP. Kind of just flipping like a 902 or 990.2k basically. And then everything else is like we already talked about. All the higher and lower levels. Yeah, I mean, we didn't talk about this level, I suppose, right? There's also like a lot of liquidity building here in the lower time frame. Yeah, I guess we didn't talk about any of this actually, right? Probably give that some more context. But like, yeah, obviously, like this zone is like area of interest. Cleaning the high and like this naked point of control to 886, all three of them are like on the cards. Really be careful though, because there is a shit ton of liquidity up here. So if we come up here, the world will become getting this whole thing quite probable. So just keep those 3 zones in mind. And for the short, it's here, right? If we reject this, if we do end up kind of just like ranging over the weekend, probably just gonna come like ding, and then like that kind of crap, like the usual weekend spiel. So we'll kind of just say grabbing the 90.2k liquidity. And these levels we just discussed, right? You gotta keep these levels in mind as well. And for the downsides, it's gonna be losing the zone, right? Like if we come down here and we don't sweep this, or like we sweep it and then like continue going, like the VWAP will be like coming in like some shit like this. We'll be coming down here, and if it grabs it and starts to do a bearish retest and keep going, whether you get filled here or like take that for the lower level, up to you. But like it'll be some bearish retest of this zone, right? Which I don't know if we're gonna have enough volatility to do on the weekend, but if we do, amazing. Bearish retest of, let's kind of say 87.7k. Slash the daily VWAP. Boom. And then everything else hasn't changed, right? Everything like above like this little price range, it's already been discussed. So you can just go back and watch the other ones. Yeah, should do it right. Should cover mostly everything. And it's FOMC next fucking week. Goddamn. Are you guys excited for FOMC? Or no? Or no? Curious what this boomer's gonna say on his microphone. I got a boom arm on sale. Yeah, I was surprised because I was looking at, when I was buying this thing, I was looking at the booms on Amazon. I'm like, yo, shit's expensive. So when I looked it up, I thought it was gonna be like 20 bucks. Like they're like $100, $80. I'm like, what the hell? Why are they so expensive? Just some like plastic bendable arm. Excited about Bank of Decision later. Oh yeah, I guess that is true, right? There's also like more. I didn't even realize that. It's a good thing you mentioned that, to be honest. What day is that? Wait, where is that? Am I missing it? Or is it the week after, perhaps? Oh, it's the 18th? Hmm. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Plus, like, the governor of their bank is speaking on Tuesday next week. We'll see. We'll see. Given the July 2024, oh, I read that backwards. Given the July 31st, 2024 hike, we saw -25 hours after. I don't know. I've been hearing like the conflicting stories about this. Seems like there's a bit of fear mongering going on with this stuff in Japan. Because I think like the first time that they did this and like a crash in the summer was like unexpected. But this time it's like pretty well known what's going on here. And there was something else too. I forgot what the reason was now. I can't remember. See, this is why I hate listening to fucking podcasts at the gym while working out. Because like I'm listening to stuff about like finance and trading, but I can't write anything down. So if I like forget some like exact fact, I don't remember exactly what it was anymore. But there's something else about it too. Like there was something else happening on the other time that is not happening this time, which like exacerbated the sell-off. But either way, it's like wouldn't be important to note of. Yeah, but a lot going on before Christmas actually, right? I just don't know if we're gonna be expecting a whole lot. Cause like the holiday timing this year is in the middle of the week, both times. Like Christmas is on Thursday and New Year's is on Wednesday. So I suspect we're not gonna be seeing a whole lot going on in the markets, right? Basically, like 2 weeks are just nothing burgers, probably. Yeah, it seems like both times kind of sat sideways. Hmm. 3 for 3 so far. A little bit of a Christmas pump. Sideways. Seems pretty consistent. I mean, not this time. I'm going back to Toronto for Christmas. Yeah. Yeah, I am. Might never return. Might never fucking return. Fuck it, right? Being in Ottawa, man. This place. It's cold as hell. It's cold as hell here. Goddamn, cold as fuck. Nothing to do. No one lives here. It's tiny. What are you doing this weekend? Probably nothing, honestly. The Kyle wanted to go on a hike. Well, that's all he said. Just want to go on a hike on the weekend. I was like, sure. She never said anything since, so. Other than that, probably just chilling. I've been exiled, right? I've been exiled from the dating world here. So I can't do anything now. Fly back to Toronto. So just the usual routine, just nerding out, trading, going to the gym. And probably do like chores and you clean my house probably, like, give it a nice vacuuming. What are you doing this weekend? In a short paragraph, what's your strategy / style? There you go. 1. Identify levels. 2. Identify edge. 3. Take trade. You think I'll stream at OMC? Yeah, probably. Probably. Kind of hear what this guy's got to say. Thank you, man. No problem. No problem. Actually, okay, we'll definitely stream it, but like it won't be like a long stream kind of thing. Like as soon as he's done, like I'm out of here. They usually finish at what, 3 o'clock or so? It's usually like an hour. Or 3:30, because I guess like that doesn't start right away. It starts at 2:30, right? I don't remember now. Like, doesn't the data release at 2 and then he starts talking at 2:30? Then it lasts an hour? Last time I was driving to Toronto as he was doing it, like from like where I was in the GTA to Toronto, downtown. I was laughing. The very last question, it was the girl. Of course it was the girl, right? She asked like the thing about, like what did Jamie Dimon say about like the cockroaches? Always her, I swear. Federal Reserve. Do they timestamp this? Yeah, 2:30. Okay. Why did they delete them? Oh no, they're on here. Never mind. It would be crazy if they don't do anything, right? Because everyone's expecting a cut right now. Imagine he just comes out and says like, "Yeah, we're not cutting." That's gonna be chaos. Not out of the cards either, right? I don't know why people are so like dead set that they're cutting. Like the committee is pretty fucking 50-50 on this shit. I mean, I guess that like that they have been commenting like on the sides about it, so fair enough. %14 odds, so unlikely, but possible, yeah. I think we researched this before. It wouldn't be the first time they've done that. And when there's even more extreme odds. or higher on the Fed Watch tool, and then the Fed did the opposite or something else. Because there's definitely cases where that's happened. I just don't remember when or how frequent it is. Also, this new Gemini update is pissing me off, or this ChatGPT update. Microphone boom. I guess I should look one up for this specifically, right? Wave 3. Boom. Yeah, not much. Probably just chilling. Oh. Started using Claude. Yeah, Claude seems to be, like, when it comes to coding, that one seems to be the best, like, by far. Like, even though other models have, like, released newer versions that have leapfrogged things and everything else, Claude still is, like, the highest scoring one when it comes to coding. I mean, it's happened multiple times actually, and pretty recently too. Like, they weren't priced at like 90% plus of happening, but like they were pretty high, and then they end up doing something else. Wonder how the job data looks this month since holiday hiring, etc. Canada unemployment already went down 0.4% today based on that. Like, that doesn't matter then though. Like, if everyone is expecting a seasonal hiring, like, isn't everyone not then anticipating unemployment to go down anyways? Like, therefore being like a nothing burger essentially. Like, I doubt anyone's gonna like, go look at the unemployment and be like, holy shit, fucking, it went down during Christmas. How did that happen? I might just start living off of the government, honestly. I'm just gonna put all my money in Spain, use Spanish banking system, and I'm gonna tell the government that I'm fucking retarded. I'm mentally retarded, can't get a job, sorry. Guys gotta pay for all my shit now. Since you don't want to allow leverage trading here. You mad? Oh, by the way, no more tax revenue for you. Are you fucking mad or no? Or no? Or no? Would I send them some clips on me on stream being literal brain dead just to prove? How does that even work? How does that even work actually?
Still locked in when I'm off that pine. She asked what strain
Wow, what the hell? Wait, what? What's the minimum wage in Canada? Minimum wage, Ontario 2025. What's that like on a yearly basis? Wait, what? The minimum wage is 36 grand a year, and apparently if you do unemployment for a full year, like the employment insurance, you get 70 grand. What? No, this can't be right, right? The AI is wrong. This makes no sense. Oh, I see. So they give you insurance for half of what your income was. So if you're making 130 grand, then they give you 70 grand basically. I would believe that people made more during COVID staying home than going to work minimum job. Might as well grift them, right? Fuck it. They're gonna be such a pain in the ass to work with. So I have to talk to my parents tomorrow about this. Because I need to have a document. I need to get a banking statement from another country with my name on it, which means I need to have like a mailing address there, like a proof of address essentially, right? What are you gonna do about leverage trading since it's not allowed? I mean, I'm still doing it. I don't care. I don't care. For now. But like, it is highly alarming that they have that thing posted on the website. So... I don't know yet exactly. I don't know yet exactly. Because here's the thing, right? So according to them, according to the BitGet website, like nothing has changed. This is how it was before. Like the same legal status that it is now. And last year, I paid taxes on my trading, like with the government knowing that I was trading on here. And then nothing happened. Nothing happened. So I don't know. But there's like many options. You can like one, move to like regular equities on margin / options / futures. 3, I'm not sure how like the legality of this stuff's gonna work. Cause I might have to like denounce my Canadian citizenship. But like just use like a EU passport / proof of address. And then I can like use everything. like Binance, like BitGet, Bybit, so on and so forth, without issue. Like, and like Hyperliquid too. Boom, boom. Those are like the three main ones, right? Those are the three main ones. The thing is, like the thing that guy posted in the Discord is like super outdated. Like that article was from when like the FTX crashed. And realistically, we should be doing this, right? Like being in Canada as a trader is like it's just so it's like a fucking massive net negative. Like the taxes are egregiously high here, right? Compared to like most of the world. Like, where are we? Where do we rank actually in the world in terms of like the tax, right? We have to be like one of the top like 5 probably. Oh, I didn't phrase the question correctly. Whoops. The fuck is the Ivory Coast? What is the Ivory Coast? What? The Ivory Coast in West Africa is one of the highest? What the fuck? Interesting. One of West Africa's biggest economies? Did not know that. I know that. Yeah, we're up there, right? The only place ahead of us is like Finland, Denmark. Basically, so we're top 5 in the world, highest taxes. Heading to bed, have a good weekend. Yeah, me too. I'm about to get off. Good luck with your exam. I'm about to go to bed too. I'm tired. Boom. Curious what Grok says about this, or ChatGPT. I've been trying to figure out how to margin trade everything. Is banned. I mean, you can do it with like regular stock market stuff, but not crypto. Or maybe not, actually, maybe not. I mean, I'm setting up my account for that thing right now, but it seems to be fine. I'm pretty sure you can. I'm pretty sure, like 99% sure you can. It's stupid. The logic of it makes no fucking sense, right? It's stupid. It's just there's no logic behind it. Like, out of all the countries in the world, like, it's basically Canada and the US are the only ones that have it banned. Literally. And not only that, but like it's not even all of Canada, because like in some, like in BC for example, you can use some of these websites, and same with like Quebec and like whatever fucking the ones that are out in the west. I remember the names now. Saskatchewan, Manitoba. But like it's literally specifically fucking Ontario. Like I'll just find one of the examples of it, but like they're all the same thing. Most exchanges in crypto all have the same terms of service written essentially. Not available to the United States of America or Ontario, Canada. It's fucking stupid. There's no logic behind it either. Like people will say like, oh, crypto is volatile. I can literally sit here right now and bring up like this example literally on the screen right fucking now. Look at this shit. This is on the Nasdaq, right? I can pull up like fucking 200 of these in the next like 10 minutes. Up 700% in one day. Down 50% in fucking 1 hour. On regulated exchanges. How are you gonna fucking sit here and say that crypto is, oh, it's too volatile to be traded? Fucking stupid. And then they allow shit like sports gambling. It's even funnier, right? The probability of making money on sports gambling is fucking way less than investing in any fucking random shit on the stock market, right? But they'll gladly accept that. I suspect they'll be changing it though, because I'm pretty sure in the US that they just passed some like stuff for this. Like what was the framework called? Crypto Framework US. I need to go on Twitter to find this. Where's the shit? I don't know what the name of the bill that they added is, but essentially like there's like a bill that they added in like the commodities, what's it called? CFTC. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission. Where they're essentially like allowing it to be done in the US. I just don't know like if they're allowing to like have like a leverage trading on it or not. Like, I know you can trade like on margin, I guess is like leverage trading in a sense. It doesn't say. It doesn't say. It's a bit vague. But this was yesterday when they did it, on December the 4th. So maybe they bring in Canada eventually. Either way, stupid, right? Either way, stupid. There's no logic behind it. Like it's just outdated, antiquated laws by a bunch of boomers don't know anything. Bum, 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 bum. Might have to move though, right? Might have to fucking move. Probably for the best too, though. Honestly, like realistically, like the amount of money you save on not paying taxes here is fucking crazy, man. Like think about that. To go from paying over 50% tax to paying 0% tax in Dubai or like Texas. Well, I don't know if it's that low in Texas for trading, but like, it's literally doubling how much I make in a year. Doubling. Just for fucking moving from one country to another. Insane. It's fucking insane. I just don't want to. That's a problem. I just don't want to move. I can't like. Ugh. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Like it's. I get to the point where it's like I don't even have a fucking choice. If anything, I might do what one of my friends has been doing. Like he's trading as well. And he like went to Dubai to trade. But you can spend 6 months of the year in Canada. As long as it doesn't exceed like the 180 days or whatever the fuck it is exactly. Like you're allowed to do it. So I might just like go there for a few months, like and then come back here for a bit for like a few months, then go back there, so on and so forth. But still incredibly inconvenient, right? Especially as someone is trying to like date someone long term. Just a huge fucking headache, man. A huge headache. I don't have to deal with this shit. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Whatever, fuck it. Fuck it. We'll figure something out sooner or later. I'm getting out of here. For anyone that's coming to watch this shit, for the juice box, it was probably, I don't know, maybe an hour ago perhaps. Something like that. I guess we can kind of go back in the chat and look a little bit. Yeah, it was probably like 12:15 or 12:20 on like the system clock. And in terms of the stream tomorrow, we'll see. We'll see. I'm so tired. Probably not. Realistically, probably not. Well, I'll post on Discord if I do, right? And if I do, it's either gonna be before like 3 p.m. my time, and I'll be getting off at 3 p.m. or so. So it'll be a daytime stream. Or it'll be like real late in the evening. Either way, I'll post on Discord. And realistically, I'm not planning to, especially if this thing is just sitting here doing nothing, right? If there's nothing going on, then nothing to really do. I'd rather just kind of nerd out and a bit relaxed, get some good sleep finally. We'll be back Sunday regardless, whatever happens. Post on Discord either way, but yeah, I'm out here. Later. Later.